it up to your arm and went like.
Oh, yeah.
Is that what the scar is?
Yeah.
It's just like would push the fluid right into your.
Is that polio?
I don't know.
Is that the polio one?
I don't know.
I remember
smallpox.
I remember
someone saying Pat from Winaki saying smallpox.
Smallpox, yeah, I think he's right.
Smallpox.
But remember, you got word that it's going to be shot day, and then in our school system, which was Harborfield's High School, Washington Drive. I'll go real local in Centerport. They lined everybody up in the gym, and you
line up. Good boy, Johnny.
And you saw everybody crying. There wasn't one that escaped crying from that shot. It was just a miserable day for everybody.
It was a gun, and then they like screw some fucking little thing on top of it, and then you get it on your arm like a Star Trek kind of thing,
and then poof,
and it left a scar for the rest of your life. Yeah. You just like fucking marked the children. I bet there's a conspiracy theory about that.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. So it was. It was one of those sad days yesterday, you know. Yeah. Then the kid was just whining and crying. Not whining, just like what the hell was that, man?
Fuck, no more of that, please.
But then by the time I left this morning, he seems like he's back to
snapping back.
He's snapping back pretty quickly, which is good.
There you go. One bad memory now. There you go. You got one. Count them. Keep going.
That's the first set of shots, I think. I think he's got to do another.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
it's more.
Yeah, they warned us. Said, well, the next visit in a month will just be a checkup, but then we're going back to this horror show.
Wow, I thought they did it all in one shot or something.
And you talk to doctors and stuff, and they said the kid won't even remember that memory and stuff. But come on, somewhere deep in your DNA, all that shit builds up, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Right?
They say other shit like that kids do remember when they supposedly don't remember anything. Why not the, shot thing?
They say your whole personality is formed before you too. Like, whatever's going to make you, like, the different stuff comes after, but you have your basic core by the time you're two.
So
you remember everything.
Damn.
That was the pediatrician white?
Yeah.
Is now, but who gave the shot?
This is a very, very.
Was she black or white?
No, she was a monster white woman.
Oh, see, I figured they sent a black nurse in. It's a whole racial thing.
Yeah.
I guess it starts us disliking each other very young.
I guess I'm trying to remember what mine was.
No, my kid's gonna hate fat chicks like his father, and chin hair, fucking chin hair. God damn, man.
Get rid of that stuff.
And then I'm looking at her thinking, I don't trust you. I think you would smother a kid.
She looked like one of those.
I'm having these thoughts as she comes in with the needles.
Yeah, like Misery.
Yeah,
that woman.
Yeah, exactly.
Was she a treat?
Kathy Bates.
Kathy Bates in Misery. Her little scrapbook.
She turned 60 yesterday.
Did she?
We
didn't
get to that yesterday, but she the big 6-0 for Kathy
Bates.
Bates.
That doesn't seem so fucked up because she's always just looked old and frumpy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Misery has to be at least...
Mr. Man.
95, 98?
I'm going to go... Yeah, okay. I was going to say definitely over 10 years ago.
I think it's probably older than that.
Perhaps older than that.
Well, he's saying 95. That's 15.
Misery was 1990.
Yeah.
90?
20 years ago.
That was a long time ago.
She was 40 in that?
I love that movie. I don't know why, but
it's a great one.
That was one
fucking
of the
James Caan is
great
so
lines
good in that.
Yeah.
I saw that in the movie theater.
Yeah?
And I mean, I think people have seen it already. At the end, when she comes, for that final comeback, the whole movie theater jumped. Like, I felt the earth actually move itself like 3 feet back.
It's fantastic. When he smashes her head with the typewriter.
Yeah.
Her big, fat, dumb head.
Oh, that was great.
Oh, it's fantastic.
You're ruining the movie, man.
Oh, I know.
Never got out of the cock-a-doodie car.
Yeah. It's just fucking weird.
Wow, was she enraging in that movie?
Yeah.
Her, Mr. Man.
Mr. Man. Like when she comes down with the gun all fucking mellowed out. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just come down here.
Yeah.
Like, you're a little weird. Or she noticed her penguin was facing the wrong way. Great movie.
Absolutely.
That's fun. That if it's on, I'll watch it.
So yesterday was a weird fucking day for the poor kid.
Yeah, little tater tot.
Let's go to Ed in Jersey. Ed.
Hello, Ed.
Hey, Hope, you got to take a infant CPR or choking course. I have a 1-year-old, and she had a breath-holding incident.
Mm-hmm. Jesus.
Where, like 4 months ago, I pulled an alarm clock away from her, and she spun away from me, and she was crying. And then she stopped crying and walked away, fell forward and passed out, and when I flipped her over, she was blue. So I thought she was choking on something or whatever. So I'm a police officer, so I gave her rescue breaths, and we had 911 come and all that stuff. We took her to the doctors, and they said that she held her breath so long that she couldn't regain it and actually passed out.
Oh, that's great. That's
and then my 3-year-old, about a year and a half ago, she was choking on a part of a soft pretzel. And I flipped her over, pointed her down, and gave her back blows and dislodged it. But, this is stuff that you never, ever expect, so you really should take one of them.
What about, let me ask you, holding the breath thing from kids?
Anthony's like, I've made the right decision. I don't really need to do this.
I'd rather just hold the head of a puking, hungover girl.
Right. Same thing. You don't know if they're going to survive.
Yeah, it was weird. She had vomit all over her. I was wiping her down and
wasn't sure she was going to make it to morning.
Had to hold her hair back. It was horrible, terrible scene at my house.
Pound her on the back with a Kleenex because my cum was all over her. What is the holding the breath thing? Is that a lesson the kid learns, as a way to make the parents panic? What is the holding the breath thing?
No, they said she does it, she's done it a couple times. She just did it last week, but she didn't pass out. She at the last second, she takes the breath. So now she's 1 year and 4 months. But the doctor said they can't die from it. But I didn't know. She just went out cold, unconscious, turned blue.
Yeah.
Your body actually passes out, and then they kick into overdrive.
But it's what's in their mind? Are they doing this to, I'll show him? Or
not on purpose. They hold their breath. They're so pissed, and then they, panic. It's almost like a little, panic attack, because then they can't regain their breath, and then they get...
Yeah, I think it's
because I know in
it's a panic thing.
In cartoons, when I was growing up, they'd always show, the little kid, when it was mad, it would fold its arms and go, and hold its breath and turn all kinds of color. Breathe, Finsta, breathe! Right.
Maybe that is to freak out.
Bugs Bunny would have to, smack baby Finsta.
To clarify it for us a little bit more.
Really, Dr. Steve? You think he's up this early?
Oh, no.
The baby hold its breath.
Well, they'll do that every so often.
I asked the doctor, I said, is it possible? Because, I actually cleared her throat thinking there was something lodged in there.
Yeah.
Did the finger sweep. But I asked the doctor, I said, is it possible that she held her breath for so long that she passed out? And he said, absolutely. He said, it's pretty common. So it's just something once they get a little bit older that can actually happen.
Jesus H. Christ.
It doesn't happen.
Well,
I'm sorry, they don't die from it.
Instead of having a really nice fucking smartphone for everybody, how about we figure out the shots for the kids?
I'd rather have the smartphone.
I know.
How about a smartphone that gives shots?
Yeah.
Smartphone that gives shots. Now you're talking.
Or you give the kid a phone after he gets his shots.
Yeah,
so
that's
fine. This is nice.
Right. Now you're talking.
Yeah.
I'll go get the brand new iPhone if it's can do the shot thing properly.
Yeah.
So did you take any kind of CPR?
Yeah, we know all that shit.
All right.
I appreciate it, Ed.
Know all that shit, tough guy.
You fly fishing, bud.
Fly fishing? Yeah. Yeah, that'll happen. I haven't left my house in 8 weeks. What are you high?
Go fly fishing with this guy. He sounds like everyone that's around him starts choking for some reason.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, you want a pretzel?
This guy's the angel of death. He hurts people and then saves them.
How about you offer food that's not dry to your guests?
Anthony,
Yeah.
on the job, I'm about 0 for 25 on CPR calls, no lie.
What do you mean 0 for 25?
I've never had a save, and I've done about 25 different times I've done CPR calls.
Jesus, you stink.
You haven't,
what are you getting there the next day?
You haven't saved one person with your skills?
Never. They're always. I had the defibrillator on them within a minute or two. Different, but no. I'm telling you, it doesn't really work for adults when they go with the cardiac and stuff.
Wow.
All right. Well, I was gonna. I don't know what
on
to
your
say
record
to you.
there.
Yeah. You might be the angel of death.
Hopefully you'll
Anybody that does that, I mean, I think it's like 5 or 6% of the time you'll actually get an actual save out of a real CPR.
Save.
All right.
But sometimes you do it
You're still talking.
victim of a car accident.
Yeah.
To make it look
Yeah. I agree.
I'm going to start holding my breath until you stop talking, sir.
All right, Ed. Thank you. We got to give someone else a shot.
Goodbye,
Cody
Ed.
in Wisconsin. Cody.
Hey,
what up, Cody?
My daughter does that. She'll cry. She'll hold her breath. Her eyes literally will roll in her back of her head. Her arms stiffen right out. It looks like she's knocked out cold. I started calling her Chuck Liddell because he keeps doing the same damn thing every time.
Leave Chuck
poor
out of
Chuck.
this.
It's freaking freaky. We just took her to the neurologist. The neurologist said, yeah, it's pretty common. No big deal.
Oh, good.
It doesn't do anything mentally as far as, like, oxygen in her brain or anything like that. She said up to 7 years old she's seen kids do it. I'm like, this is bullshit.
The diagnosis is a bitch. Your kid's a bitch.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
Yeah, little diva. She'll do it, pass out, piss her pants all over the place. It's like you're holding her. She got to lay her flat, so you're holding her so she doesn't fall. She did nosedives right off the retaining wall, right on the concrete face first. Oh my God, down the steps. It's just ridiculous.
You know what the worst thing is?
Bubble wrap.
You know these things are going to happen. You just got to, wait for them. Yeah. All these fucked up things.
Yeah.
The falling down, the fucking bullshit, God forbid anything even as serious as a broken arm, things like that. That shit just happens to kids. And you don't know when or where. You get the phone call. Oh, hi, yeah, this is the school. Yeah, broken leg, broken arm, broken foot, whatever.
Didn't every one of our
monster rain under the porch?
Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't every one of us have the nurse call our parents or whoever was raising us? Yeah, I want to include everybody, right? I think every single one of us.
Yep, got that phone call
where we got hit in the head with a hockey stick, a broken arm, something.
I was listening to Ron and Fez right here on this very channel at 11 a.m. and they had a good subject. They were bringing up the point that you don't see a lot of kids walking around with casts anymore. Mm-hmm. And I found that very interesting. It's what the fuck is that all about? You used to walk around and constantly you'd see kids in fucking arm casts.
Sure. And they play safe,
and that's what was brought up was the fact that
obvious.
They're playing video games now. They're doing and there's not a lot of just kids riding their bikes far. We used to go out and ride your bike a few miles, and now the parents are so paranoid of abduction and other bullshit that they're just playing fucking Xbox.
It comes down to this: kids don't play unsupervised anymore.
Yeah.
It's all about play dates.
Supervised, and I guess the playgrounds are a little more safe with some cushioning and shit. We have monkey bars that if you fell through, it was like you were a pachinko ball just bouncing off of fucking metal.
I remember my sister, who was about 6 years older than me, so she was, she had to be about 16 or 17, and we had a penny saver route. It wasn't even a paper route, and I was 10 maybe. And we took off on our bikes and she couldn't get a route near the house. It was 10 miles away from the house. So my dad would just drop us off with one bike and all these penny savers. She would do the penny saver route. And then we would have to drive our one bike home 10 miles. I was 10 years old.
10 miles. No one cared about kids back then.
Right.
Get out of the house and play.
They just assumed you would be all right.
It's evil out there. I just want to stay inside.
Did I ever tell you the story of my sister panicking on the way home?
The 10-mile ride?
After all these years, did I ever tell that story where my sister, I should have been driving the bike because she's a panicky Pete, and it's a hill.
Wait, was it one bike with two of you on it?
Yes.
Oh, I hated that.
Dude, because we were fucking poor. How many times do I have to tell you?
Did someone have to sit on the seat and someone had to stand? Or was it on the handlebars?
This is so long ago. I think we just kind of shared the seat.
Or side saddle on the metal bar between the seat and handlebars.
Yeah, right.
That was always the bad one.
No, this was just a basic bike. It didn't have any pegs or any of that shit. So I had to sit kind of, maybe it was a longer seat or something. I don't remember exactly.
Banana seat? Did it have a banana seat?
Maybe a banana seat. And so there was a little hill that we had to go down. And my sister, Panicky Pete, just fucking shaking side to side. So I go flying off the bike, rip up my knee. To this day, it's still scarred, right?
Yeah.
We had to, limp to the nearest house, and they had to call somebody to bring me to the hospital, get stitched up, blah, blah, blah. So year after year, when we passed this hill, we always take a look. And the older I got, I went, you motherfucker, this was no fucking hill whatsoever.
The shallower the hill got.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
My first memory, you're thinking it's,
Suicide Hill.
A double black diamond for the skiers out there.
Yeah.
And by the time you got, old enough, you realize it was just a simple, tiny little, decline. And she panicked on me.
Nothing worse than having to ride someone on your bike, though. I hated that. Because you'd have to stand up while they sat on the seat. And it wasn't like a motorcycle with a nice roomy seat and pegs and shit like that.
Right.
So they're constantly, their legs are out because then you always heard the horror stories and saw it of the kid that got his foot caught in the spokes. That was always
that happened to all of us, though.
Chewed up the foot. And then the
usually the sneaker would protect you, though.
Yeah, but sometimes barefoot. I saw one once that was just horrid. A girl.
Did you lose a toe?
No, but it was so cute. It was like fucking the skin was ripped off the muscle of her foot.
The muscle?
And she was just, I remember walking home, screaming, crying, and limping with just blood. It was like a war zone growing up. It was like the Vietnam War. You just look and go, yep, she took one in the foot.
Yeah. And
then there was, if your ankle, your pant leg got caught in the sprocket under the chain because you didn't have a chain guard because they weren't cool. Mm-hmm. And that could suck your fucking calf muscle in.
That happened to me. Well, I didn't get my calf muscle ripped off, but remember back in the early 90s when pipe leg jeans were like the coolest thing ever? I was racing my friend on my bike, and my bike didn't have a chain guard, and it was probably just at the peak of the fastest I could possibly be riding a bike. My pant leg got caught in the chain.
Fuck.
And then your foot goes around, and the pedal hits the back of your leg.
Yep.
And then now it's caught in there. It's really fucked up. It hurts.
I did a few flips. It was like an Indiana Jones movie where he just takes the stick right through the spokes.
Yeah.
And the bike just goes three times tumbling over.
That was another thing when somebody was on your handlebars. They could get it caught in the front spokes, or it was very hard to steer. You could get in that wobble factor, or they could just fall off and you would run them over. They'd fall off your handlebars and you'd run them over or flip over. Jesus. Very dangerous bike riding back then. You don't see that either.
To this
much
day,
these days.
I tuck my pants leg in my fucking socks.
Do you? You wrap around, tuck it in?
The right one I tuck in.
Yeah.
I don't trust even the newer bikes. Old school, my friend.
Can't happen when you're driving.
Well, now the kids they got the pegs now.
Yeah, they got pegs.
Yeah, of course they got pegs.
Little fuckers.
Well, Ant, you know what? You start a fine topic. And it does come down to the fact that kids just don't play unsupervised anymore.
Unsupervised, or as I don't think they play as crazy and on shit that was just not fucking safe.
Remember the metal fucking monkey bars?
Yeah, the playgrounds were all
just all fucking metal. Many ways to kill yourself.
The slide was like a fucking razor blade. And there were kids that got like third-degree burns on that metal slide that was sitting out in the sun like a frying pan. And then a kid in shorts would get up there, sit
remember
down,
the burn on the back of your legs?
burn the back of your fucking leg. Kid wouldn't budge. It would be go,
yeah,
and then just stop there on a fucking frying pan.
You ever see Ball Bag Guy?
Ball Bag Guy?
Danny, you've seen Ball Bag Guy, right? He went down a slide that had no water.
Oh, a water slide?
Water slide with no water, supposedly. I'm sure maybe it happened some other way. And the skin on his ball bags underneath completely gone.
There's a picture of this?
Yeah,
that's
someone fucking tweeted. I didn't even think we would bring it to air, and all of a sudden we are now. Fuck.
That's when you put the water. Yeah, those slides that have the little water jets on them, and sometimes they'd clog up, and not enough water would come out when they'd slide into the pool.
This guy
and you'd get that.
Yeah, this guy lost his skin under his ball bag because I guess somehow he continued down the slide. Unless it happened some other way, and this guy's trying to cover for himself.
Hot fucking naked girls right there too.
Oh yeah,
Jesus.
Let's say hi to Steve in Connecticut. Steve.
Everything's naked.
Hey, Opie, how you guys doing?
Hi, Steve. Yes.
I want to say fuck you to Spectro. I don't wear biking shorts.
We try to get him to.
Bulging biking
shorts. I
shorts.
don't wear biking
that
shorts.
Show the
cut muscles of your thigh.
Everything. Those show everything.
I do a lot of biking. I call those guys the Lance Armstrong fags. They have to, Central Park is a great bike route. There's an outer loop. It's about 6.5 miles. I do that a lot actually, and I'm on a hybrid with just sweatpants and a t-shirt. And then the Lance Armstrong guys go by. They have to be in.
Are they flying by too?
Yeah. Oh yeah, because they got like $10,000 bikes and all. And it's like, really? Are you training for the Tour de France? Are you?
Imagine if he is. Hope he's just like, look at that asshole. It's like, no, I am.
No, because they're a bit too chubby and stuff.
Oh, really?
But they have to wear. They have to wear the whole fucking bike.
Do they have the aerodynamic helmet?
Everything.
The helmet aerodynamic?
Everything. They clip in and all that crap. I'm old school. I like to just get on my hybrid and fucking do a few miles.
If anyone needed a stick in the spokes, that would be great.
Yeah, no biking shorts for me. Steve, go ahead.
Hey, guys, how you doing? Opie, you brought back a good memory. My sister and I had, like, the same sort of paper route. It was, like, miles from the house. And one day, my sister, she was 5 years older than I was. We were delivering newspapers, and lo and behold, there was a guy sitting in his car playing with himself, called my sister over, and she came back horrified. she's like, "Oh my God, he had his cock out," and
Prude.
And I tell you what, it was pretty funny. But the reaction from the parents was like, "So, oh well, watch out for him next time you go do your paper route."
That's exactly how it was handled.
Don't talk to strangers.
And that's exactly how it was handled. That's what we're talking about today.
Now they'd cordon off the area. Police would be everywhere.
Absolutely, they would have to find that fucker.
Yeah, unbelievable. And then, Anthony, you were talking about games that kids play. I had this long driveway, and when my friends used to leave my house, I played sniper. I used to go upstairs and grab my BB gun, and they'd be like, "No, Steve, you're not going to shoot us today, are you?" And I'm like, No, guys, go ahead. I get up there, I have the gun all waiting out the window, and they start making the big dash down the driveway, and I start plinging them. And one day, I plinged my friend Foch, we used to call him Foch, and the BB went through his hand. And his father, old school Italian, he's just like, "Hey, stop shooting each other."
Just stop shooting each other.
Exactly. That was it.
That's it. That's all.
All right, Steve. Thank you.
Good old days.
Good one, guys.
Kevin in Connecticut shocked. Are you serious? $10,000 bikes. Yeah, that's about right. Maybe even more. They're spending.
Perhaps.
They're spending on some of these bikes.
What the hell are they? Titanium?
They're extremely
all kinds
light
of composite material.
I guess. I just
Crazy.
went to the bike store and got a nice hybrid. So this is good enough.
Unless you're spending that kind of money on a big giant rifle, you're nuts.
When was a kid fell off sliding board on his head? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Rode on handlebars, legs dangling, took a chunk out of his foot.
Oh.
Has CPR stats, used to be a paramedic. Daughter had to get 7 shots at one time and does the holding the breath thing. Let me get this in. David in Israel.
David, you're in Israel.
Morning, boys.
Yeah, he calls from time to time, this David. I know David.
Hey, guys, what's up?
What's up? What time is it in Israel?
It's 1:38 in the afternoon.
And when was,
Shalom.
And when was the last time you heard a bomb go off?
Actually, I personally never heard of one. There hasn't been a bombing here in a long time.
Oh, it's this guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what's weird about when you think Israel and all that crap? You'd think like every day is an adventure. That it's going to be the day you see something blowing up.
Something.
But the fact is, look at this David guy. He goes, he's never even seen one in his whole life or his whole time in Israel. Right, David?
It's high-pitched Ishmael.
I've had both.
New character.
What?
I've been on the roads when they're throwing Molotov cocktails at us.
Yeah.
And then the soldiers come out with their guns, and they pretty much run like a bunch of little pussies.
Well, they have rocks, and the soldiers have guns. Could be why.
I used to work in EMS in New Jersey. When I took my EMT course in 2001, the statistics for people surviving CPR, someone that had CPR done on them and actually leaving the hospital at that time was 12%, and only 33% of the people that had CPR on them actually made it to the hospital.
Wow.
And the reason for that is that
don't pick up the phone. It's a bomb.
it's the boss. He could wait.
Oh.
God, what an old school phone. Where the hell?
Israel
Where are
still
you
has-
working?
Opie, it's actually a BlackBerry.
That's a black phone.
Oh, okay. I thought he had an actual black phone
Yes,
sitting
it sounded
there.
like that.
Hello? That's too much.
It's the teller.
What? Yes. Well, when will the diamonds be in?
It's just diamonds and fucking and sewing something. That's all we know about you
Stereotypical
Jews.
things. You wacky Israelis.
You stupid Jews.
Oh, God.
It's all about diamonds, isn't it? There you go.
Danny popped up a propaganda picture from the 30s. Oh, that's terrible.
Let's make a deal. All right, David, I'm sorry. I love the Jews, by the way. What?
Punching out.
What about the daughter had the 7 shots? Is that you?
No, that's me. I ain't got no kids. I'm smarter than that. I'm on Anthony's team.
Oh, you know what? I think they switched to 2 calls here.
Oh, 7
All right.
shots for the price of 5.
Is there anything worse than a Jewy Jew?
Oh, no. I dropped an N-bomb, man, on the way in today. I was so mad. I was behind a car in the left lane, could not get around this fucking vehicle. And then finally, when it opened up, because, of course, 3 cars abreast, like pace cars, I go around, and a African-American woman, big, fat African-American woman was driving in the left lane and eating. just like fucking eating. And I just looked and went, you fucking, and then dropped the M-bomb to myself, you know. Yeah. It's in the car. The windows are up. It's total freedom of speech in my vehicle, by the way. Anyone wants to say whatever they want, anything goes.
Why don't you live a little? Roll down the window.
No.
Live a little.
No. She never knew.
Yeah, that bitch on her way to work, probably trying to eat and get to work on time and trying to have a healthy...
No, it wasn't healthy. It was a big fucking donut.
Oh, was it?
She was fat. She's eating a fucking donut. It's all over her hands. She's in the left lane doing fucking... it had to be 48 miles an hour.
And it was a donut.
Annoying. Big fucking jelly donut.
You know how many of our listeners are awkwardly putting down a donut right now?
Put the donut down. It's fucking...
As they listen to your story.
Morning.
Do you know last night...
I had a tuna sandwich like your pal Anthony.
I went to a wedding last night. My buddy Noam got married. It was amazing.
The Monday night wedding.
It was unbelievable.
Ooh.
And Tom Papa did the ceremony. He's actually allowed to do weddings. They made it fun. It was fucking great.
Oh, wow. He's like a reverend or something?
Yeah, he had to go online and do it.
Reverend.
But the food they had was great. And then after I ate 3 very thin slices of ice cream cake. And then I had carrot cake. And then I had like a brownie. And I went home.
Jimmy.
I almost shit in the car. I had to shit. I was driving Bobby and Dawn home because they came with us. And they had to drive. And as I'm driving them, it was like that feeling like you're driving. It's like, what do you think? You're going to shit your pants. I was driving. I'm like, all right, we just got to, I got to get through this light because I can't stop it.
Did your foot come off the pedal at all?
Dude, that was exactly that kind of shit.
When you have to lift your feet off the pedal.
You lift your cheek up. You lift your cheek. Oh, it was fucking terrible.
You have to start working the gas with your left foot to give your right foot like it's cramping up. Boy, man, that rectum. It really does it's linked to every single part of your body.
But usually the cake doesn't do it.
Ice cream cake.
It's the ice cream.
Oh, it was the ice cream
Must
cake?
have done it,
No,
yeah.
it was the ice cream cake mixed with some kind of meat product, I'm thinking.
Yeah, well, it was a really cool
meat.
wedding because you
Meat
walk
and
into this
cheese.
kind of like, it was like a club they had rented. And you have the altar at the front. And then they have hors d'oeuvres and stuff, really good food out on the tables already.
Wow.
So people were sitting down. It was like a party. And then they did a ceremony. It was short. It was fucking great, man.
I highly recommend you do a different wedding.
Yeah,
to all the
something
people that are trying to
unorthodox.
get married out there because to the average person, we've seen the exact same wedding a million fucking times.
Yeah.
Do something different. I don't know what it
Get it.
is. Just do something different.
Yeah.
And it's not about money to do something different usually. Oh,
hold the same thing.
when I get a wedding invitation, I just cry. I'm like, I've been through this. I know
don't wanna
exactly
do
what's
it.
going to happen. It's going to be like Groundhog Day. It's the exact same fucking shit over and over again.
I'm pretty much done with weddings.
Yeah,
I
we're
think.
finally old enough where we don't have to deal with it as much.
You
But
reach an age where it's like, holy fuck.
late 20s to early to mid 30s, it's
Everyone you know.
It's wow. I get to waste my whole summer going to 6 weddings.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
You're right, like 6 fucking weddings. It's people your own age, and then other people that failed are on their second one. That's what happens, like in your 30s.
Yeah.
Like your 20s, all your buddies and shit like that are getting married.
Yeah.
And then your early 30s, it's the people that fucked up and failed that decided they want to fuck up again. And then you got to go to those weddings. And then you're sitting there just going, get out of here. This is doomed.
So doomed. Worst wedding ever? Christmas Eve. Because the people
Who would do that?
Because they got the hall cheap. I'm like, Christmas?
No shit.
Are you fucking crazy?
Who the
Christmas
fuck
Eve
did
wedding.
that?
I don't even want to talk about the person.
That is so fucking
Selfish.
self-centered and
It's
selfish.
selfish.
Yeah.
It's like, and they were bragging the whole time, like, man, we got such a great. Of course, you got a great deal.
great deal.
Well, of
Did you
course
go to it, or did you have
for
to
a little
go to it?
while? For a little while, then I
Yeah,
got the
then
fuck
you're just
out.
going to go for a few minutes.
It was like an early Christmas Eve wedding, so you could still kind of do Christmas Eve, but
Because people gotta buy shit last minute. You go gift shopping and prepare the tree.
yeah.
Busy.
It's the worst fucking day to have a wedding. That was the worst ever.
busy.
Ever. A Christmas Eve wedding.
I went to a Halloween
It was something.
wedding
The
once.
whole thing was over by something that I don't remember. This is a long time ago now, like 6 or 7 at night.
But even how fun is that? A wedding that's over that. That's like, why even have a wedding if you're gonna be done by 7 at night?
Because they got a great deal on the hall, man. Yeah. there was a great one here. Oh, Monkey Bars Aunt.
Yeah.
Chris in the Poconos. Chris.
Yeah, when I was 8 years old, I slipped and fell on the monkey bars. It was December, so, there's frost building up.
All right.
I went to one of those. They threw me out.
But they sent me to the office because they thought that I knocked the wind out of myself. I was sitting in the nurse's office for like an hour before they realized that, all the blood was leaving my face.
No one believed that a kid could get a concussion back then either.
But you lost half your spleen, right?
Yeah, the bar went up and under my rib cage and pretty much rolled in half the spleen, and they had to remove it.
Wow.
You can live with a lot of your spleen gone, but maybe as a little kid, you don't really want to deal with that.
No.
Wow.
Do you know when I was a child, I was running by the pool in Edison, New Jersey.
Shouldn't run. No horseplay.
And there's next to the pool, you know how you have one of those, it's like it was like a little rectangle right next to the pool. Small. But you could reach in and there was water in it. I don't know what it was.
Like a skimmer?
Maybe it was a
You
skimmer.
open the top and
Yes.
take the skimmer.
Oh,
out.
Anthony always knows.
Someone had the fucking cover off.
Yes.
Because you should never have to be able to scoop your hand in that.
And I fell and I skinned both of my knees. And I had little bandages on both of my knees.
Oh, did you?
I certainly did. I took a cigarette to the eye as a kid. Fucking split my head open.
What is a cigarette to the eye?
Running by. It just,
My brother got a tennis racket to the head. My father was playing tennis, and Joe just walked up. He's a little kid, a little baby kid. He walks up behind my dad. My dad goes for a backswing and just wailed Joe right in the head, left a permanent scar on him.
Jesus.
And then at the bungalow in Mastic, when we used to go out to Mastic, here's how white trash the Cumia family is. Exactly. We summered in Mastic.
Nice.
Went to the bungalow where they would just throw kids in the pools. No such thing as swimmies. You just got thrown in the pool, and a bunch of drunks tried to watch you. And at one point, my brother was just sinking.
Watching his life pass
and
by.
one of the drunk uncles grabbed his hair and pulled him out by his hair. And he says he remembers sinking down and actually seeing his own face, in the pool wall.
Wow.
And he just kind of looked at it and remembered that, and then he was out of the water.
Wow.
It's like that episode of MASH when Hawkeye kept sneezing and itching because a kid came in smelling like clothes that were moldy. That was bringing back some weird memory of when he almost drowned in the lake.
Oh, wow. I don't remember that one.
Yeah, and he said this therapist fixed it in the one episode.
Of course he did. He always fixed everything in one episode.
Because he fell into the water, but his cousin pulled him out.
Sigmund.
Yes. And he goes, I don't know, but he helped me into the water. And he goes, well, you said something there. He helped you into the water.
Another yes.
And it turns out he had pushed him into the water.
Pushed him in.
And pulled him out.
And did Hawkeye start crying?
Yes, it was very good.
Hawkeye was very sensitive.
Oh, yes, he was.
He'd cry all the time.
Yes.
Don't let the bastard win. I remember that episode was very big because they said bastard on regular television. And it was Hawkeye, yelling at
and that was a big deal.
Death.
To hear bastard?
Don't let the bastard win. Oh, it was a big deal. And then the show came out. Remember the TV series, The Bastard, the miniseries? Made me chuckle every time he's a bastard on television.
I don't remember that.
The Bastard.
I don't either.
I don't remember that at all.
Followed by the sequel, The Motherfucker.
Yes. I remember when Hawkeye said that Margaret Houlihan had a great clit. That was one that got big controversy on CBS.
Hey, Jimmy, would you
a mini-series, Danny.
Would you like to explain to George the trucker, the fuck face in Virginia, how my wedding was different?
Your wedding was fucking... I have to say, overall, Opie's wedding was
extremely different.
Probably the best wedding I've ever been to. And I don't say that to be polite either. It was, the way it was different was, there was a little bit of a ceremony, but it wasn't long and drawn out. It was to the point.
We got a gospel band in a Catholic church. Try to get that done.
A gospel band in the church.
You need a lot of money to get that done.
It wasn't boring.
How you went all out just to please Patrice is beyond me.
You know what's funny about the Catholic Church? Whatever. I hate the Catholic Church.
They molest children?
Right.
It's funny. What?
But they're all goody two-shoes. We're like, hey, we want to do something something different. We want to get a gospel band. They're like, get the not in our church. And then you pull out the old wallet. Next thing you know, we got them fucking singing
Those
and
people
dancing
are in there before you know it.
and clapping. Then they didn't have a problem with the gospel fucking people we brought in.
Yeah, we're always open for a donation.
And the reception, it's all the reception. That's what weddings are. It's all the reception. Because, you know, there's a service. There's families. You have to do something where you go, and you take this man, and you don't have to, you know, that's part of it.
Yeah.
But the service was fucking, first of all, there was a live band that was great. It wasn't cheesy. There was none of the cheesy shit you do at weddings.
We put a lot of money into the band.
Yeah, they were fucking. And there were tables linked together with giant buckets of candy around them, and you could just go and eat all the candy you wanted. And everyone spent their time out there eating candy.
Stop you.
Reese's Pieces, fucking every candy you can imagine.
What about the video game area?
No, I didn't go to the video game. No.
Oh, we had fucking Wii's and all sorts of shit set up.
Oh, well, yeah. Wait, was that that same area?
wanted-
Yes, I did see that. That was for kids.
I didn't want people to sit at their table going, when the fuck is this going to be over? So you could just, like, wander around and do all sorts of shit.
Yeah, I didn't do that. That was mostly kids in that area, I think, right? Playing video games?
Well, then we had a kid area.
Oh, I didn't see the video game area.
So the freaking parents didn't have to deal with their screaming kids during
That's where
the
I
night.
hung out.
With babysitters.
Yes, that was probably overall the best wedding I had ever been to.
I just try to make it a little different, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to shake things up a little bit.
Yeah, and then the cheesesteaks. Did you make it to the
Oh,
cheesesteaks?
No, I didn't. I ate so much.
Because then the band cleared out, and then we had an after party. You didn't have to stay for it. Then we had a DJ with an after party, and then they brought out the greasy cheesesteaks and shit.
No, I wish I would have known.
Oh my god!
I would have
It went forever. That's what made it different, George. You fuck.
Why is George a fuck? Was he saying what made it different, or was he saying something
That's
shitty?
his name.
Well,
George
I was trying.
the fuck.
I was trying to give the youngsters out there a little advice to just try to make your wedding a little different. And then he's like, "Well, what made your wedding different? Tell me now."
I want to
Probably
get.
divorced.
I don't know
3
how
times.
it goes from trying to help people out there to, you know, this guy being a
angry.
dick. I was actually trying to help people because, seriously, your wedding is going to be a bore for most people.
Yep.
And I'm sure even my wedding was a bore for you know, a bunch of people because they've seen it all. So you try to just do something different that makes it exciting.
I'm going to go the opposite route. I'm like, you know what? Fuck everybody. I'm going to have a very heavily religious wedding.
with just a ceremony that at the church lasts for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Where you're just sitting there, a lot of kneeling, sitting, getting up. There is nothing worse than when you first go to the church knowing you're going to be there for
full mass?
so fucking long.
When it says on the
full mass.
it says full mass, not the mini version.
It's
Full
Yeah.
mass. Full mass weddings suck a dick.
Everyone is going to suffer, and the reception is going to be one with religious fervor.
Oh.
I want the reception to have a religious theme to it. There's not going to be a whole lot of dancing. It's going to be a somber, quiet event.
If naked John Locke thinks he's staying on Pal Talk, he's got another thing coming.
Great.
Goodbye, sir.
You don't want.
You're bounced.
Let's see. Remember the Christmas wedding I went to, Anthony, Christmas Eve? Someone's going to trump that story. Jim in North Carolina. Jim?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, brother.
Yeah, I work for a burial vault company, and wintertime's our busy season, November to April. You can hire and fire by. And we only try to close on Christmas Day. That's the only day we're actually closed every year. So Christmas Eve and the day after Christmas is killer with funerals.
You went to a Christmas Eve funeral?
Well, I worked a Christmas Eve funeral.
Oh, you worked
People
it.
go to them all the time.
Is that something that, like,
You could put the
you
body.
could put it off?
You could put the body on ice.
Put it on ice?
Unless you're a Jew.
Yeah. They
If
got to
you're
get him in the
Jew.
ground. They got to get him in the ground. And then they got to sit shiva.
Right.
I remember that.
Well, yeah, you know, it's sort of crazy, you know, because the wintertime's on us, especially this last year was terrible.
The Jews have to plant them immediately. You got to get the planting done.
Joan Rivers talking
hours,
about
yeah.
when she sat shiva for Edgar.
Edgar.
She was crying. And there I was, sitting shiva for Edgar. I was sitting shiva. They sit on a box and you got to just sit there. I don't know why the Jewish religion
What are you
is
talking
like,
about? You have
you
to sit
just
on a
gotta
box.
sit. You got everything with the Jewish religion is be miserable and uncomfortable.
The only good thing is though, it's like if you are having to go to a shiva or you're hosting one, it's basically just people bringing over food and bottles of wine. So it's actually not that bad.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a week of just.
Can you sit in a chair?
It's almost partying, almost in a weird way.
Don't you have to sit on like a box?
Maybe if you're like super religious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never heard of that, but it's usually just friends and family bringing over big platters of cookies and.
Well, that's like what Catholic funerals are like that too. Like, but it's just one day. You plant the guy. You have the wake, and then you plant the guy, and then back to someone's house for a lot of food, and then you're just talking. But before you know it, you're drinking and just laughing. It's like, oh, now it's like Thanksgiving or Christmas or something with the dead guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the uncle's gone. Where's he?
That's it.
Just make believe he's in the Caribbean.
That's right. We just planted him.
Oh, that's why we're here. Fuck.
Yeah. He went on vacation.
Oh, that's why we're here. If you go into that one room in the house, you'll know why we're here.
You're walking back to the car from the cemetery, and the creep grave digger guys are starting to turn those cranks to get the casket in the ground.
There's always one.
Oh, creepy.
There's always one party pooper. Usually it's the wife of the deceased. If you could get her out of the house, it's a hell of a party for everybody.
Yeah, if you could kind of get her mood up.
Right.
So she's not wailing and screaming throughout your party.
Right.
It's a good time.
Because if you think about it, it really is. It turns into a really good party. Most families do the right thing. Get her in a bedroom somewhere. Just get her away from the happiness. Because we're now telling really good stories because we haven't seen each other in a while.
Right. We're all together now, having fun.
But you feel guilty because you're having so much fun.
I'm being told that only the Hasidics are really the ones about misery and everything like that. But I don't know. A lot of Jewish religious occasions are all kind of wrapped around this. It's celebration, but it's thinly veiled suffering. There's a lot of suffering going on and sacrifice and, leaven that bread.
Right.
Why? Puffy bread is good. Bitter herbs. Why? Why bitter?
I don't know.
I don't get it.
Enjoy
yourself. Yeast costs money. That's Steve from Bayshore.
Kevin and
our favorite anti-Semite.
What did he say?
He goes, because yeast costs money. Unleavened bread?
Do you know what a cantor is?
I've heard the word.
They like sing or whatever. Maybe somebody Jewish could explain what it.
They kind of like sing the Torah because like there is like a
Torah.
No, that's dreidel.
Modi, the comedian, is apparently a cantor.
Yeah?
I thought it was a goof, and he went up in full Jewish man regalia.
Is this getting you excited?
My balls itch.
Your hand is firmly planted down your pants.
Right now, I'm giving the old, my balls are an Irish setter, and I'm giving them the old shuka on the side. But him and Sherrod went up and did it was a goof thing where Modi would fucking, would cantor, and then, Sherrod would read the interpretation of what it meant. It was funny. But he's actually really fucking good, man. I never saw that done before.
I have no idea.
I've never seen it or heard it.
It was fucking really cool to watch.
We just don't know a lot about the Jews.
We don't know a lot about anybody else's business, their religion, their fucking their cultural backgrounds. I don't like anything that doesn't involve me.
They're very musical, their weddings, Jews, I think. They're very musical. They're not boring receptions. They're fucking
when I
animals.
saw Andrew Dice Clay up on that chair, the pictures of his wedding, where they put him up on the chair. I'm up on the chair.
Right.
Look, finally, after all these years, I'm a Jew. Hava, Nagila, oh! I'm in the chair. Don't drop me.
How many guys had to lift him? How many guys had to lift him?
Depends on what year. Yeah.
Jesus.
There's a bunch of people under the chair.
Yeah.
Oh, Dice.
Yeah.
I got a little chubby over the years. Dice got a little chubby.
A little bit.
He's still fun.
Best time I ever had. It's going to kill Ann for me saying this, but I went to a Baptist fucking church once. Holy shit, they know how to have a good fucking time.
Was it a wedding?
It was actually a wake. And I was like, this is a wake? but it was a full service type of thing.
Almost like those New Orleans when the Saints come marching in wakes.
It was almost like what the fuck was it called in Boston, House of Blues, the buffet thing.
I went to that.
What the hell was it called?
The gospel buffet,
gospel
brunch thing.
That's what it was like.
I got dragged there with my ex-wife and my mother-in-law. We're gonna go to the gospel brunch and have some drinks and some breakfast and listen to some Negroes sing.
We went together.
Yes.
We went together to that.
Did you like it?
Wonderful.
Gospel brunch, if you're with the right person, is a really good time. It really is. Aunt would probably say it's not, but
I'm not into
the food
gospel music.
The food is overrated, but the whole experience is pretty cool.
Soul food?
They do gospel brunch in our neighborhood.
I was having some.
Do they have gospel singers?
Yeah.
While you eat soul food?
Yeah.
Is it mostly white people that go?
And the saints come marching.
One of those, let's watch what they do.
Yeah, it's in a way that's almost like, all right, let's not go where they are. Let's just bring them where we are. And we're gonna get fucking smashed in the head.
Let's watch the exhibit, shall we?
Gospel brunch is definitely worth checking out. If
Look
you never
how they
have.
sing and dance. It's like you put on display.
I'd go in Harlem. Like, if I was going to go to... I've never eaten soul food. I would like to eat soul food in Harlem.
It's
There's
overrated.
I'm sure big soul food kitchen up there. What is
Sylvia's,
it? Sylvia's. Right? You go to Sylvia's. Reverend Al goes there all the time.
Where Bill O'Reilly was surprised they use knives and forks like everybody else.
Wow, it's fascinating.
I bite through
eating with their hands.
Remember that? Mother effer? I thought they'd be saying mother effer. Remember that stupid quote?
I bike through Harlem on Sunday.
You bike through Harlem?
Yeah, because I did a little
no wonder you got
cut-through.
a cheap bike.
Yeah, right?
Just in case it gets stolen.
It's.
Oh, I'm teasing the people of Harlem. It's a renaissance going on up there.
I've also driven through Harlem at night, to get to the GWB, a little shortcut action.
Yeah.
And it's scary.
You pray for 4 tires that won't go flat.
During the day, it's nothing.
Would you get out in Harlem, or would you just drive on the rims?
Oh, if you lost tires?
In Harlem. Drive on the fucking rims.
You just drive on the rim, yeah.
Whenever they hear like the metal, they just know a white person has a flat and it's not stopping.
I would not stop.
No.
That's
just
at night.
That's asking for trouble.
No fucking way. No fucking way.
Jesus.
Everyone's. A lot of people have been trying to turn me on to look up Slayer going to church. Have you made it through that video, Danny? Is it good?
It's funny. It's a visual. It's heavily visual.
What is it, though, for the people out there?
It's like the video is like of a Pentecostal church. Like they're kind of just jumping around going crazy, but it's Slayer in the background, so it just looks like they're moshing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Okay. It is visual.
And Aunt, you mentioned a Halloween wedding. Kevin in Jersey wants to know about that. You went to a Halloween wedding?
Yeah. It was a couple of friends many years ago, and they had their wedding on Halloween. They had like a piano player in there, and everybody had to be in costume.
That would be kind of fun because you're at a party and it's Halloween, but it's selfish for people with kids who got to take them trick-or-treating.
Yeah, I just thought it was like, I'd rather just kind of been out partying on a regular party and not a wedding, but yeah, what are you going to do?
What are they?
Oh, I see. Okay.
So they're playing Slayer music, but they're showing Pentecostal church, and they look like they're moshing.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Look at these crazy motherfuckers.
Is that sped up, or is that how they are?
No, that's exactly how they do it.
What are they doing?
They're feeling the power of Jesus in them, Jimmy.
They're terrible. This is hilarious, by the way.
That is, whoever thought of that idea.
Very good.
Because they're all black, and you don't see a lot of black people dancing to Slayer. That's the great part of it.
Moshing.
There's a few white guys in there who are even worse dancers.
Oh, yeah.
When white people get hit with the spirit, they're even worse.
Oh, hell yeah. They're on the floor, like, doing the worm, spinning around in circles, jumping. That's crazy. That's crazy people. They're crazy people.
But can I say how much I love Bob Kelly's wife? She does a thing which really humiliates Bob. And I don't mean just shows him his act. She does something called checking for nickels.
Okay, what does this entail?
What is this?
Because sometimes Chip will dance and humiliate my girlfriend, and he was doing a few moves last night, and Bob was like, ah! Like, he got really uncomfortable with
like
it.
watching Chip dance.
Yes.
No, at a wedding. Monday night wedding.
But then his wife did what was checking for nickels, which is, I don't know exactly how she does it, but it's got something to do with her feet kind of like moving, but her arms are straight, and it's fucking... I can't do it justice. Only Bob can explain it, but it's terrible.
It's a dance, though.
It's almost like an Irish...
like a step dance kind of a...
It's fucking great. Bob ran away. She did it, and me and my girlfriend are fucking rolling.
Shecking?
I think that's what she called it. Whatever it was.
Shecking.
It's a goof they just do. And
wow.
She made Bob so fucking uncomfortable.
He didn't want to watch.
Dude, he physically ran away. I'm not saying that like metaphorically. He ran away physically. It made him so uncomfortable. And then he promptly almost stepped in a pile of dog shit. I would say the size of a beanbag chair outside. Wow. And he missed it by maybe 1/8 of an inch.
Oh, that would have been fantastic.
I almost saw his dumb dress shoes slip into dog shit.
He would have fell backwards right onto it.
Oh, he would have fell right into it.
Like a slippery banana. Our banana peel's really that slippery. Let's get into that a little bit.
Depends on the surface they're on.
I get the fuck out of here.
But everywhere in cartoons, they're slippery.
Yeah, old wise tale.
But cement, not so bad.
Not so much.
Like a school hallway floor. Oh, you're going
with a banana peel.
Yeah,
get
that's
out of
smooth.
Here. Let's try it out with Fatso.
Smooth.
Geez, one of two.
Yeah, let's say.
Yes.
We should take a break.
Yeah, I want to eat. I want to eat.
I don't even know.
Oh, my oatmeal's cold.
About. Yeah, I know.
Bunch of fun stuff.
I didn't eat my cereal yet.
So, what are you just nice to the baby for the rest of the day after like that? You just kind of give it like extra kisses and stuff.
Yeah, you try to I don't know. It was sad.
Crank up the mobile. Bling, bling, ding, ding, bling, ding, bling, ding, bling, 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 ding, ding, bling, ding.
And that's
like baby music.
But Aunt brought it together. Welcome to fucking life, son.
Yeah.
There you go.
Fun.
The options are worse. You're getting polio.
Yeah, no kidding.
Exactly.
Well, but I'll say it again. I'll summarize. Fucking 2010. Let's figure out an easier way to do this shit.
I guess that's the easiest way.
Still?
No flying cars, nothing.
Still, the easiest way is to stab a needle into your 7.5-week-old's chubby thighs.
Seems to be the only way to get stuff into our veins these days.
Unbelievable.
You'd think there'd be some kind of osmosis thing they'd have. An osmosis machine.
Yeah.
But no.
Oh, man, but the nurse with the fucking chin hair.
You don't want that. Get a piece of duct tape and smack it with it and just go, rip it out.
Rip it out.
Go, there, I did it.
What would you have done if, like, only when you were alone with your son, if, like, when you were holding him, you're like, there, if he just went, what the fuck was that?
Oh, my God. What did you just say?
But never did it again.
Right.
And
no one would believe you.
No one would believe you.
You know what he just did?
And you're telling everybody that he cursed, and they're like, no, he didn't.
Right.
And then he didn't say anything, and then finally you're along with him, and he went, you fucking rat.
That would be a great plot for a fucking horror movie. Just no one buying into it. All right. Opie and Anthony.
And now picking up where they left off, the Opie and Anthony Show continues.
Looking around, there's just not much in the news today, man.
No, huh?
We got Russian spies.
Yeah.
I don't really know what that's about, though. I know the Russian spies are really hot. Or the one they showed was really hot.
One of them, she was using a little Facebook magic.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
A little voodoo.
She looked a little more haggard than she looks in her Facebook. I think she had a Facebook or a MySpace, and they pulled her picture from there. And she looked pretty good. She doesn't look bad. I mean, they got her on the cover of the paper. She's some Russian chick.
Redheaded Russian.
Yeah.
Fiery redhead.
10 Reds. 10 Reds, actually, yeah. The Russians busted there in New York.
Mm-hmm.
They were, not like the Cold War days. They were going after, like, economic information and foreign policy information. More so than, weaponry and things like that they used to want to spy on us for. It's a whole new world, Mm-hmm. So they were doing that. But they were living in some town, and boy, did they pick a town of dummies they were showing the people their neighbors, and they're just like, I never knew. They just seem like nice people. Just dunces. And they finally caught him. They intercepted a communique between Moscow and these people that spelled everything out.
Oh, really?
It's like, that's a dumb fucking thing to have sent spies.
But they were hanging out at a Starbucks and under the globe near Columbus Circle.
Yeah, they just, And
what were they doing? Did they have, like, trench coats on?
Yeah, no trench coats.
Were they old school spies?
Yeah, she's wearing a nice dress.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's looking all hot in this picture. Look at that shit.
Well, hot and shit.
That looked good. And, yeah, they just, they caught him, busted him. It's old school stuff, though, Russian spies. And it was a pretty big operation. They had,
Russian
they had
spies.
people all over the place.
Sounds kind of cool, though, right?
Yeah,
Still sounds kind of cool.
Ruski spies. I'm sure, there's going to be a little problem when we have a little discussion with Russia.
Oh,
yeah. Obama's actually probably going to apologize for having inconvenienced the poor spies. Being here in America, they should have been treated as American citizens and what.
So you're saying you don't like Obama?
Well, I've said that enough over the past couple of years, but I'm just saying, how about showing some balls? And of course it was Sean Hannity I was watching last night. But the information gets out there, and he had the Great American Panel, and there was a couple of liberals on there and stuff. So you get to hear the other side. Why are there ships that we could be using to help clean up this oil just not being used?
You mean the military?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll tell you why. Because I found out last night. Apparently.
Wait, because Hannity told you? Or did you do your own research? Or
Hannity told me. And then I went on the internet and looked up what the law was.
You did look it up?
Yeah. There's sort of this act. Like an act where you can't just say, all right, we got this giant ship. It's in Norfolk, Virginia right now. And it's an oil skimmer. It's made to fucking drive around and clean up the fucking oil. And it's sitting there because there is some kind of an act where non-union labor cannot be brought in and do this job, this cleaning up job. And the unions are the ones that support the shit out of Obama, and he doesn't want to piss them off, even in this emergency situation, by having this ship come in. The Jones Act, right? Is that what it's called?
So wait, is this a fucking union issue?
Yeah. It's a union issue. It's an Obama wants his votes issue. So instead of cleaning this shit up and doing what they got to do, it's still just BP and, the Coast Guard's out there. But for the most part, there are so many resources, other countries that want to come in and help. Meanwhile, it's another country's spill. So it's fucking British Petroleum.
We're allowing them to do it.
Japan owns part of that fucking rig, and all kinds of shit. How about these 16 or so countries that want to come in and help clean up the Gulf? We allow them to come in and do it.
Yeah, why not? We help them.
So if it's a union issue, can't you get the unions to clean up the oil?
No, they don't have the equipment.
They don't have this military ship.
They don't have that equipment.
All right, so I'm just trying to break it down. So, okay, it's a union issue, but the unions don't have the equipment to clean up the oil. So isn't there a way to go, look, you don't have the equipment, so we have to get this cleaned up?
What you do is you repeal or suspend the Jones Act.
Yeah.
Right.
And let the fucking military go in with these ships and clean the fucking stuff up. Let the military do it.
Or
Let
you
them help.
allow,
it's an emergency.
Or you just do it, and if the unions really complain or sue, then you allow these unions to be fucking. You put them up in public and say these guys are suing.
Yeah.
And you allow the public outrage to shame them.
Wow, you got the phones lit.
But again, is that wrong? Is there something missing there? Because that's fucking. What an indictment on unions if that's all it is.
It's that. It's also known as the Jones Act deals with cabotage. Coastal shipping requires that all goods transported by water between U.S. ports and be carried in U.S. flagships constructed in the United States owned by U.S. citizens and crewed by U.S. citizens and U.S. permanent residents. That's the purpose of the law, is to support the U.S. merchant marine industry, but agricultural interests. See, it's this ship we have, but it's registered in another country. But it's in Virginia right now. Just use the fucking ship.
But is that really what's stopping Obama from... Like, do you think Obama said, or anybody said, look, let's use that ship, and someone went, the Jones Act? Like, if we're going, fuck the Jones Act, I don't see Obama allowing his fucking... Right now, his name is being... He's really getting a beating for this. I don't see any president allowing the Jones Act...
Well...
to fucking, again, if it's that simple.
He's getting a beating, but not as much of a beating as he'll get from his constituency. Here's the deal. He doesn't really seem to have this on the front burner. It just doesn't. This is a catastrophe happening off the coast. It's hitting beaches. It's now in Mississippi, and it's destroying a lot of beach and wetlands. Do something.
And the oil skimmer's just fucking sitting there.
Well, there are plenty of
dumb country
vessels that could be used.
And we got the chief engineer in the Merchant Marines.
All right.
Wants to set the record straight about the Jones Act.
Let's
say hi to Raymond in Virginia Beach. Raymond?
Hey, guys, good morning.
Good morning, Raymond. Help us out.
It's not a union issue.
Okay.
The Jones Act pertains to shipping that's done inside the United States territorial waters. This vessel is foreign flag. It's going to gather up the oil that's spilled, and then it's going to sell it at a profit. By the constraints of the Jones Act, any type of activity like that occurs inside territorial waters has to be done by a U.S. flagged vessel.
Yeah, exactly. But who gives a shit at this point if they scoop it up and sell it? Let them fucking scoop it up and sell it. Get it the fuck out of the Gulf.
Absolutely. Our extinguished president there could just fucking with a stroke of the pen turn around and say that I waive the requirements of the Jones Act for the purpose of yada, 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 and we're done.
Yeah.
Who owns the ship?
It's a foreign flag company, but it's no big deal. They can write a letter of exclusion for this one event, and off we go.
But what happens if they scoop it up? They get to keep it.
Yes, and then they sell it as waste oil and make 15 cents on the.
Yeah, let them.
Well, then why don't we do the right?
It's kind of waste oil right now.
Yeah, really. How much money can we get for it on the beach?
How much money?
Pelican.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, ring out a fucking pelican.
Right. How much money can we?
Actually, I'm a union member. I just wanted to straighten it out.
Okay.
Union thing. It's a law thing, unfortunately. But the idiots in office with a stroke of the pen can fix it.
Well, once again, the dumb Americans we are, a dumb country.
And once again, we get to blame Bush. Tell him, Jeff. Tell him.
Yeah, Bush suspended the Jones Act during Katrina.
Never ends.
And the reason that he did it was because he wasn't beholden to the unions. And that guy that was on the phone before, it used to be the Jones Act was about espionage. We didn't want foreign flags right off the coast. But it has turned into a union thing.
That's why I said that.
It's just what you said,
Like the written letter of the law or the act, the way it's worded, doesn't mention unions, but it's all about unions. Okay. It's about fucking unions.
Exactly.
Hey,
Jimmy, and you were saying, well, then aren't people up in arms about this and all this shit?
Right.
It's precisely the reason that this shows perfect example. Jimmy, you didn't know about it, and you're pretty damn well informed. Think of how many other people don't know about this shit. And if they knew about it, there'd be a fucking revolution.
No,
Tom's got to be talked to.
All right.
After,
All right.
Obama should do something, and then if the unions, then people would become aware. If the union actually would have to make a court issue out of it or whatever.
Yeah.
Then I'm saying the public flagellation by the public.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. We got to go to Tom in Pennsylvania. Tom, go ahead.
If Tom isn't joking, I swear he is the biggest douche. But I'll preface your call that way. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Anthony. Listen, obviously, we're still pumping millions and millions of gallons of oil into the Gulf every single day.
Right.
If he was out there cleaning this stuff up while it was still pumping, he'd be breaking his balls that he's a fucking idiot because he's trying to clean up something that's not stopped yet.
Would I? So what you're saying is if, let's say, a pipe breaks in your house until the plumber comes and cleans it up, you don't grab a mop and try to sop it up and put it in a bucket and get it out of your house? Is that what you're saying? You wait until the plumber, you just sit there and watch your kitchen fill up with water? Is that what you're saying?
I'm fucking smart enough to shut the fucking water off.
I'm saying you can't shut the water off. And that's what you're saying. You're saying they should that you said I'm a Republican dick. They're waiting to get the oil turned off before they clean it up. How about when it approaches the beach, they fucking start cleaning it up? Oh, look at this. Anthony and Hannity are full of shit.
Fucking idiot.
Jones Act has nothing to do with this. Yes, it does have
Tom,
something to do with this.
Tom, I will say so far.
Fuck you, Bill Broderick.
So far, your call is not good, dude. You don't have any point other than the fact that you probably just don't like on Hannity or Hannity. But you have no point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Terrible.
Okay. So wait, 70 days.
Hey, dude, you were listened to. You were heard. Aunt listened to you and responded. We all listened to you, and your point was horrendous.
It's 71 days they're waiting now to shut this fucking thing off. I think you could start cleaning up.
They don't know how to shut it off.
I know. They don't know how to shut it off. So
we all know that.
So don't clean it up. When it approaches the beaches, don't get a skimmer out there.
They should seize every fucking asset that BP has, and why should we be paying for this shit? These fuckers are professionals.
How about it transcends right?
Like you always fucking do, you dickhead.
Oh, boy.
How about right now it transcends the cost and BP's responsibility, and it is what is in essence an invasion of our shores by goopy army.
How about we clean it up with the military and then send BP the bill?
Yeah, there you go.
But guys, who's turning the fucking thing off?
Well, however they do it, they'll eventually figure it out. We don't know. The point is, just clean it up as it's in the ocean. There's no, brilliant point by Ann, of course. You don't let your fucking kitchen fill up before you just start mopping it so that the damage doesn't accrue.
Right.
Do what you can.
Right.
You got it. All right.
All right, thank you. We're going to move on.
That was an awful point.
Eddie in St. Louis, who usually talks sports, Anthony.
Eddie!
Anthony, I have the utmost respect for you. I think you're a funny guy and very talented.
No, he's not.
But that being said, I've got documents right here that completely fly in the face of what Fox News and you have been saying.
What do you have?
I have statements from the press secretary, Mr. Gibbs, saying that, quote, we're using equipment and vessels from countries like Norway, Canada, and the Netherlands. There's not been any problem with this. If there's any need for any type of waiver, that would obviously be granted. I've got statements from the acting maritime administrator saying, quote, 23% of the vessels responding to the oil spill are not U.S. flag, and they are not in violation of the Jones Act.
Oh, that's coming from the White House press secretary, huh?
Well, yeah, but there's, and then I've also got ones from guys who are, supposedly not political. National Incident Commander Administrator Admiral, June 18th document saying that there are 15 foreign flag vessels involved in the response.
So why aren't we seeing this? I have not seen.
Well, you're not in the Gulf.
Well, how about they show the news and they can show greasy pelicans every day? How about I see a fucking
Norwegian flag,
a Norwegian flag ship?
Maybe a Norwegian cruise ship could help out.
Everything I see is some fucking thing that looks like Quint's boat, the Orca, with a couple of bumpers on it.
With a couple guys from New Orleans.
I want to see big fucking ships sucking up oil.
With big fucking flags that you don't even know what country it is.
Exactly. With guns on them for some reason. Shoot the oil.
Eddie? Eddie, comment?
Like I said, if you... The Washington Post wrote an editorial about
the Washington Post
a couple of days ago, and they were ripping Obama a new asshole.
Yeah.
Even they had to state in there that the Jones Act has had no official impact on this. I can understand if you want to bash on the unions, but it looks to me like just, I've read a bunch of shit on this stuff. There's other stuff aside from sports that I'm into, and it really doesn't seem like an issue to me. I know McCain introduced legislation trying to repeal the act, but... I honestly think that's to do more with his quote-unquote free market interpretation.
Well, then how come it seems that the American people, really in great numbers, are kind of looking at this like nothing is really being done, and not enough, nothing, but not enough is being done by the powers that be to get all kinds of shit in there to fucking solve this problem.
Man, I'm glad you asked me that question because I've always considered myself a staunch Democrat. And, I mean, I voted for Kerry, and I held my nose doing it, and I voted for Obama.
Boo! Stole Jimmy's bet.
I had a feeling when I voted for Obama that, like, I don't know, maybe I was under a spell or something. I just thought that he was going to be different. I thought he represented another track of politics, and so far it's been, you know, meet the new boss, same as the old boss, and it makes me not even want to fucking vote.
Just a little. Oh.
Now, I will say this. If I live to be 500 years old, I am so glad I didn't vote for that bitch Palin because she scares the hell out of me.
I agree with you.
For her.
No, I agree.
She's an idiot.
I think if you ask me, her campaign rhetoric, she was trying to get Obama lynched. I honestly...
No, dude, honestly, she's not a threat.
She's just a dummy.
She's just a conservative lady.
Yeah.
That's all Palin is. She's a fucking conservative lady.
Cooking brownies for a fucking kids' Boy Scout troop or something.
She's not evil. She's just a conservative lady who was fucking thrown into a national spotlight. She never should have been on that level. She probably did a nice job as governor. She was not vetted properly. It was a terrible campaign.
Why is she still in that spotlight then? She's still in that fucking spotlight.
Because she's selling books.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
She's fucking on Fox News. She's selling books. She's a dummy.
And Opie, to answer you,
ultra conservative dummy.
Why I think she's in that spotlight is I think Democrats unwittingly make her so much more important than she is, and by accident, by attacking her so harshly, they force people who kind of agree with her ideology to rally around her because they feel like she's getting the shit kicked out of her.
Yep.
There you go. Hey, Eddie.
Yo.
Screw all this politic thing. LeBron James, we got a couple days left. Where's he going?
Okay, well, basically, I still think that the best shot for a title is for him to go to Chicago because, I mean, look at it. They got Noah, they got Rose, you stick LeBron in there. All you need to do is add a tall guy to it. But
why would you want to, like, follow in Jordan's footsteps there, you know?
Well,
Come on.
Honestly, I mean,
he wouldn't be considered the greatest Chicago Bull of all time.
Well, I mean, he would if he wins more than 6 or 7 rings.
He's not going to win 6 or 7.
They've been talking. You got to tell you, the smartest thing to do is go to the Eastern Conference because if you got to go through the Lakers, you're probably fucked. I mean, the Suns had a fantastic team last year, but I mean, even they, got destroyed. But there's been a lot of talk about LeBron going to the Heat and going with Dwayne Wade and then maybe getting Chris Bosh. But I still think the Lakers are going to make the Chris Bosh deal happen.
That's the headline today, Anthony. LeBron goes to Miami. They're thinking.
Oh, is that the headline?
Well, no, I mean, not that.
I thought it was something like the Supreme Court said that,
people are
the
thinking,
Second Amendment includes all states and cities.
People are talking and saying that there's a good shot he's going to end up in Miami, which is not good news for the Knicks.
I thought he was saying he was just going to stay in Cleveland.
He ain't staying in Cleveland, is he, Eddie?
The Knicks are completely helpless. I mean, my family's originally from the Bronx, so I'm a Jets fan and a Knicks fan, and it's just
Knicks.
It's very fucking tough, because it seems like they made a lot of moves the last couple of years.
It's fucking endless. It's fucking endless. It all goes back to that. It's a flow chart right to racism.
It really is. That's funny. No matter where it starts, that's where it ends up.
Holy shit.
It floats like it's a river or something,
Like Chip Kaku.
Just to finish up with Eddie, LeBron James, if he goes to the Knicks, he's got to wait, a bunch of years before the team has a shot at going to the fucking finals.
Well, like I said, they freed up a lot of cap space, so I think they can go out and make some big acquisitions.
True.
But the wild card was that Russian billionaire who was trying to buy the Nets. And I don't know what happened with him, but look.
Got caught for spying.
He's going to go to Miami.
Imagine.
Or he's going to go to probably Chicago. But I think the main thing is I don't think he's going to go to Miami because no matter what he talks about wanting to be on, a quote-unquote super team, I still think he wants to be King Cock on that team. I think he has a big ego, and that's what it's all about. I mean, people are talking about he could stay in Cleveland, but honestly, I think he just likes to see his name on the TV.
All right. Good job, brother.
Thanks.
Thanks, Eddie. I like that Eddie in St. Louis.
Piece of shit.
Eddie.
And someone is knocking down your plumbing theory, Anthony. I'm sorry.
Really?
Yes, they are.
How is that?
Greg Brady's leftovers, Wisconsin. When you have a fucking bullet hole in your chest and you're bleeding all over the place, do you start cleaning up the blood before the bullet hole is sewn up?
That's different. Shut up.
Yeah, because you know how to sew the bullet hole up.
Stupid.
Why is it stupid?
It's
just as good as your plumbing.
And by the way, you do take something and put a compress on it, so you can plug that hole up. Jeez, what an ass.
Why is that stupid? But your plumbing thing is logical.
My plumbing thing, it makes sense because it's not. You're not dying during the plumbing thing.
Well, the Gulf is dying.
Well, that's the Gulf. It's not you. You're the one that's got to clean it up.
Cleaning up. Wait,
Yeah.
I'm trying to think which one I like best.
The Gulf is the fucking pile of water in your.
I like the gunshot one better.
Gulf's your kitchen.
Okay.
Broken pipe is the oil.
Okay.
Your mop is the fucking ships that should be out there cleaning up.
Okay.
That's it.
What about the bullet hole?
The bullet hole? What's the Gulf?
You.
You're the Gulf.
Mm-hmm.
See, but then you're being injured. You're not being injured.
Very injured.
Very injured.
Very injured. I have a bullet hole and it hurts me very much. Knocked my shoes off and my glasses.
All right. Why don't we? It's a U.S. ship, should be working regardless of the Jones Act, Ant.
It's a foreign flag ship.
Jim and Ann are woman haters.
Palin, better than Obama, knows how to run
I'm a woman
government.
hater. Well, how am I a woman hater? I just kind of defended
Let's
Palin.
go to Dan in Tennessee.
Dan.
Hey, fellas. Hey, come on, let's be serious. I mean, Obama is...
You're gay, aren't you?
Hold on.
No, this is Dan. Why don't you know these guys?
How do I know callers?
Dan,
fucking hate
you
these
and
things.
Dan go at it all the time, and he's going to be like, oh, Anthony, why would you say it?
How am I a woman hater, Dan?
Go ahead, Dan. You know Dan.
Congratulations to you, Opie. I haven't talked to you all in a while.
Thank you.
Related. I just think it's just so obvious that when it comes down to Palin, it's like this thing kicks in with y'all to trash her, just like the media does. But when you really think about it in terms of common sense government, which is really what we need, I guarantee you, I mean, you can say what you want to about the girl, but
we do. Apparently we can't. You got mad.
No, but you can't back it up with logic because she has actual experience in running government. And the best presidents turn out to be like ex-governors because they have to balance a budget. I guarantee you, with this oil spill, she would have been all over it. She would have probably at least called some experts and got together and said, look, we need to figure out how to stop this whole BP. You've got 2 or 3 days. If you don't do it, we're coming in, and I've got...
Wouldn't sound like that. It would be, BP, you have 2 days. And you better clean this. It's just she doesn't sound presidential.
No, she's got energy experience.
Dan, how does that?
Tits and a vagina.
Dan, I want to know how that makes me a woman hater. I actually just said that Palin is not what people say she is. So how does that?
Well, you were putting her down because she's on the national stage, you know.
I don't think she's qualified, Dan. I don't think she's qualified. But don't allow your arrogance. Hold on, Dan.
No experience in government.
Don't allow your arrogance to think that you're the only one who's made an informed decision. I've seen her speak enough, and I haven't attacked her like the cornball media has, and I don't attack her like other comics do. But after having watched her for this amount of time, I don't want her running the country.
Well, I do because
well, good for you.
Common sense, conservative values.
I'm glad she has the values.
Common sense, conservative values.
I don't like her.
That's right. That's what this country was always ran on.
Abortions.
It's always been a center-right country. It's been a center to the right country because. Look, come on, let's just be honest about it. The president has no experience at running.
Do you think because wait. But do you think because we don't think Palin is qualified to be president that all of a sudden we're thinking Obama is or is a good president? You're making it a one or the other thing. I don't like either of them, and I wouldn't want either of them in the White House. Unfortunately, we have one in there. I don't want her running and fucking up a Republican ticket.
I don't care who it is.
Well, we're glad you feel that way.
As long as they have conservative.
Good. Welcome to
values
another
and they know
Democrat.
how to run
Welcome
things.
to another Democratic president. If she's the fucking ticket.
To do with the ability to run.
Welcome to another Democratic 4 years. If she is on that ticket, welcome to 4 more years of a Democrat president.
I don't have conservative values, Dan. Hold on, Dan. I don't have conservative values. That's your life. So don't act like.
It's a matter.
Don't act. No. Don't act like you're this guy who loves women and we hate women. You keep babbling, we're just going to turn you down. You're not having a conversation. Now no one can hear you, so you can babble to yourself. I don't have conservative values, so I'm not looking for someone who's against abortion.
I don't
That's
care
who
about
you want.
values
Yeah.
with my stupid president.
I didn't hear a word you just said, so keep talking to yourself like you do in the car.
You're the one rambling.
Dude, you're not going back and forth.
You're being an attention whore. You're like rambling.
This is my job. You're calling my job. Wait, I'm an attention whore? You're calling my job.
Conservative moral values.
Fuck your conservative values, you cornball.
Conservative
I'm
values.
an attention whore.
I'm talking about
I'm working.
values of running government. I'm not talking about abortion. I'm not talking
Well,
about...
we are. That's, to me, not what I want in the White House.
Have a fucking thing to do with government now.
Wow, for somebody with conservative values, you use dirty liberal language.
Nobody cares about the abortion issue when you can't run a government.
Give me a conservative value that has to do with the government, then, like you said.
Conservative means to have a balanced budget. Okay, it means to run it means like lower taxes, pro-business. It's like conservative.
Fiscally conservative. I like fiscally conservative.
Yeah,
I don't like, but it goes hand in hand with this morality fucking church bullshit.
You got a problem with loving the...
Yeah, because you know what? Sometimes the best president likes a little pussy now and then.
Oh, shit.
You know what? And this...
That's what we're talking about.
And this whole conservative, because you can't be fiscally conservative without also being this moral fucking bullshit artist where they're trying to get rid of sex on the internet, but meanwhile they're jerking off in their own closets. They're fucking tripping over their own cocks. They're molesting children.
Yeah, you fucking
all kinds of
cornballs.
shit. Just shut up with
George
the morality.
Reckers, every one of you fucking conservative moralists has been taking dick in their mouth.
Yes.
Every one of the guys. Thou protestest too much. Is that what it is, Anthony?
Yes.
Every one of these cornballs against gay marriage and knocking gays with their conservatives has been fucking sucking dick.
Really? Well, that's funny because Obama doesn't believe in gay marriage either. So
why do you hit us with Obama like we like him?
Yeah, exactly.
Have you listened to this show, dummy?
And gay marriage. Well,
have you listened to this show?
Called up, now, Dan, you called up and said, y'all are woman haters. And
you are. You're always trashing Palin. I think it's because she doesn't have a dick.
Once again,
I don't like Palin either.
Why are you saying woman hater?
I think.
But you're wrong. So you
like strong women who have actual value.
Oh, can I jump? Stop saying value.
Wait, let me jump in, Dan.
Sure.
Let me jump in, Dan. Jim Norton was just saying the other day he wouldn't mind seeing Hillary make a run for the fucking White House. So speaking of women hating. Jimmy made that point only a few days ago, which made Anthony go, yuck.
What do you think of Hillary Clinton, Dan, as a president?
Oh, he hates her.
She's way too liberal. To me, it's
but she's a strong woman. She has experience in government. What are you talking about?
She doesn't have any experience at running anything.
Oh, my God. Come on. She's been a senator in New York. She's been involved with politics her whole life.
Nah,
she
you're
was
a woman
married
hater,
to the
dude.
president. You're just a woman hater. Although that's using the term loosely with Hillary.
What I said,
you're a fat ankle hater.
You don't like frumps.
What I said the other day, Dan, since you're not going to go back and forth, we'll just talk and turn you down. What I said the other day was that I used to hate Hillary Clinton, and I really turned around on her. Like, I don't love her now, but I like her more than Obama, and I would trust her handling of the Middle East and stuff more than I trust Obama. No one can hear a word you say. Since you're not going to talk, you can be the same way you are with your fucking wife, where you babble at her and she nods. Oh, good point, Dan. Good point, Dan. You're not going to do that here. You can go back and forth, or you could just get turned down and babble in your stupid voice and talk about value. I'm a man who likes conservative values. You don't like women. I'm a pea brain. I'm going to pull out the harsh insults.
I didn't say a fucking word about moral values. I'm talking about moral ways.
The bottom line was this. You called up. Just admit that you don't know what you're talking about.
For the record, I love this.
You called up and said you don't know what you're talking about. You said we don't like women because your argument is such shit that you said we don't like women.
When I think it's because she actually has morals. She's a common sense, strong woman.
You say that. Okay, Dan. And you've been heard. You've been heard.
Yes, she was really able to get those moral values into her family where her daughter got pregnant out of wedlock.
Exactly.
What happened to her daughter getting pregnant out of wedlock? She's really able to get that morality really across to her family, right? What happened there? 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 What happened there?
You're right.
What happened there? What happened there? What happened there? Pregnant out of wedlock. Pregnant out of wedlock.
What are we in
Pregnant
fourth
out of
grade?
wedlock.
What are we in fourth grade?
This guy Dan is just one of these conservative jerk-offs who can't handle when somebody else makes a point.
Values. Got the conservative values.
Anthony just said, what happened to her great values when she couldn't even run it in her own family and her daughter got knocked up out of wedlock? What happened to that?
You can't blame a parent.
What?
She's the moral fucking cornerstone of the family. Oh, my God. And she's got this great morality that she's going to bring to the entire country. She can't bring it to her daughter.
You can't blame the parent?
Any points. That's just dumbass fucking.
Yeah, that's dumbass. Stop talking to yourself. Ha, gotcha.
I don't like a woman with values.
Values. I'll occasionally smack one when I'm drunk.
Intelligent conversation now. Now you're acting like a pea-brain.
Either take back what you said about us not liking women then. Take that back because it was incorrect.
Just as God made me, sir.
Just admit you were wrong.
Toward women, make it skeptical. When
I don't care if it's skeptical. Your interpretation of it is wrong.
Anthony's threatened by strong...
You said Jimmy and Anthony, fuckhead.
I'm threatened by strong women?
You kind of are.
Anthony, you couldn't even handle Jill because you let her run around with little whores that you can, like, manipulate.
Oh, shit.
I think he's got me on this one. All right. You got me on that one. You are an uninformed, ignorant fucking hillbilly.
He's jealous.
Fuck up.
Dude, he's one of these scumbag guys who's jealous.
You know nothing about my relationships. Yes. You know nothing.
You spent your whole life sniffing fucking people's underwear.
Yes, I have. I'm a pervert, and you're jealous because I do what I want to do.
Pervert and
stronger whores, I'll fuck them all.
And the stronger the woman, the more likely she is to want her fucking hair pulled. The more likely she is to want to be smacked.
What you all do on the show.
Why do you listen then?
I like this guy.
He's a cunt.
How fat's your wife? How fat is your wife? Dude, how fat's your wife? How fat's your wife?
I think personally.
How fat is she? She's a big, fat fuck. All right, now you're really talking crazy.
Hey.
So how fat is your wife?
I've been working on myself. I'm glad someone has noticed.
This guy?
Yes.
Anthony asked how fat your wife was.
How fat is your wife? How fat's your wife, jealous guy?
Yeah,
how
jealous.
How fat's your wife, jealous guy?
Cock block. How fat's your wife?
I kind of like this guy.
How fat is she? Jealous guy?
Sometimes on issues, some people probably wonder or a little skeptical about...
We don't stop saying a little skeptical. You made a judgment. You were wrong.
You were wrong. You pea-brain.
You're not going to admit, that you have issues.
Really? I wouldn't admit I have issues?
That's been the show.
Have you never listened to this show, you dumb motherfucker?
For listening so long, you know nothing.
In all fairness, Jimmy's got 2 books where he admits a lot of things.
Dude, I admit everything.
Shit.
Everything.
Well, I would imagine there's stuff you left out.
Not much. I'm being really? Not much. Yeah. Okay. So don't sit there and tell me that I don't admit issues. You misinterpreted something. I actually just defended Palin. I defended.
She's a woman. She's strong.
You're wrong.
Conservative values.
I heard you. Now, Dan, you've been heard.
Perverts, and you just don't like somebody.
That's not true. That's simply not true.
You'll never have.
Not true. You're 100% wrong. John McCain.
You're gonna say that, but I mean.
No, if it was true, stupid, I would say it was true. McCain, I wanted McCain. I liked McCain a lot. I'm guarantee you McCain doesn't like to be pissed on. He probably has very different values. I defended Palin. I didn't think she was qualified to run the country. But she wasn't the dumb retard everybody painted her as. I just thought that she fucking wasn't vetted properly. And McCain's camp felt she wasn't vetted properly.
Right.
Joe Biden is vice president. This guy's the biggest...
He has a lot more fucking foreign policy experience than she does.
Policy? Now you're an imbecile beyond...
He's got a lot more experience than Sarah Palin does.
Biden does seem to be a bit of a joke, though.
I still like him more than her, though.
Yeah, I mean, but he's not that impressive either.
What foreign policy does Sarah Palin have, sir?
You know what?
Answer his question.
Alaska close to Russia.
Listen, Biden wanted to divide Iraq into 3 provinces. The biggest, every military analyst said, that is the stupidest thing they've ever heard. That would be just...
How much foreign policy experience does Palin have?
How much?
What good is your experience?
How much, dude?
You're wrong.
How much does she have?
It doesn't matter whether you have
Oh, okay. It doesn't matter.
Just say none, dude. Just say none.
You were just talking about Obama's inexperience, and now you're not answering my question when I talk about Palin's inexperience with something that's very important as a president.
She's ran a state. She's ran a budget.
She's run.
Trying to deal with the oil company.
How much foreign policy experience?
How much?
She hasn't had any, but a lot of them don't have foreign policy.
Well, don't stop mentioning other people when it comes to her shortcomings.
Right.
When it comes to her shortcomings, stop mentioning everybody else.
You're deflecting.
Stop deflecting. You're not going to get away with that here. We're not your wife, dude.
How fast your wife?
Listen, we've gone around in circles with Dan. And Jack in Massachusetts, he goes, why are you giving this guy Dan so much airtime? Because it sounds fucking good.
Dan is
good radio.
Also, I like doing Dan a favor that he doesn't have to say breaker before he talks. Aww. Yes.
I don't have a CB. You think I want to listen to those ignoramuses all day?
Oh, literal Dan.
Not? All right, listen, Jack in Massachusetts.
Really?
Jack, you're on with Dan in Tennessee.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Good.
I'll just tell you, that guy Dan is like out of Talladega Nights. I mean, he's just sitting around the table with his family, and on Thanksgiving, and it's like they're saying a prayer, Palin's pictures in the background, and then they say, okay, it's time to cut the Slim Jim.
What? See, this is what I'm talking about. This guy's probably a trucker, and he's probably a T-brain.
Oh,
boy,
stop with that
T-brain enough.
Dude.
Come up with another one.
Thanksgiving and Slim Jims.
He's insinuating that you during Thanksgiving, instead of a turkey, you carve up a Slim Jim.
So are you a married man, Dan? I want to know if Dan's a married man.
That was some redneck humor.
Married man, are you, Dan?
I've only got probably a 155 fucking IQ, and I've been a schoolboy.
Nobody cares about your IQ.
Oh, okay. Oh, that means he's sleeping with the pure white sheep instead of the byproduct ones that have a little brown in them.
All right.
Yeah,
So
all right.
Jack.
But nobody cares about your
You're
IQ, Dan. You're not impressing anybody.
Wait, let's ask Dan. What do you do for a living, Dan?
I've only been driving a truck for 5 years.
What do you do,
Just say you drive
I used to be a piping draftsman, so I had a few ideas about that fucking oil spill my own self.
Well, we don't care about your oil spill ideas. That's another call.
Piping draftsman. You're a steam fitter. You put in sprinkler. You're a steam fitter. You're a steam fitter that put in sprinkler systems. Shut it. Don't make yourself sound like you're fucking a piping engineer.
I used to design piping systems for municipalities. And
Exactly. Sprinkler systems. You put in sprinkler systems in buildings. Admit it.
You're an idiot.
You're trying to make your job sound a lot more important. You're trying to make your job sound more important than it was. I have no problem with steam fitters. I worked with a lot of steam fitters in my day, but they called themselves steam fitters and they put in sprinkler pipes and waste pipes.
To say. You don't need to be a piping draftsman.
I love this guy.
Piping draftsman. Shut up.
All right, listen.
Spin the fucking sprinkler thing on the pipe. Check for leaks. Check for leaks.
He just called you an idiot, Anthony.
Check for leaks.
He just called you an idiot. All right. Let me go to Robert in D.C. Robert, you're on with Dan in Tennessee.
Dan.
I used to be an optician with
All right, but Dan.
Optician?
You're a freaking idiot, man. Look, I'm from Virginia. I'm a conservative.
Really?
I'm from Virginia. I'm a conservative. I'm a Southern Baptist. I'm a gun-toting, beer-drinking, Harley-riding motherfucker.
Yeah.
And I don't. And you and your conservative value shit, you can shove that up your ass.
What? Society? What now? About society?
Society, my ass. Society is trying to live together as one friggin' country. And there's more problems in this country that don't need to be stirred up by some ignorant, redneck, Tennessee friggin' hillbilly.
You're a dumbass, buddy. You're
fucking.
What are you talking about?
I'm a P-brain.
This country is divided in half.
She is a goddamn idiot. You know why she's an idiot? Because she'll let her daughter run all over Alaska with her friggin' legs spread open, breeding children out of wedlock.
The liberal party is trying to take this country over and socialize it. Anthony will not be able to deny that.
Come on, man. We had a war back in 1865.
You're a gun-toting idiot, all right. I guess you go to family reunions and pick up your women.
It's not that hard. It's not that hard.
You're a redneck idiot, all right. right?
Steve Brule makes an appearance on the show.
Oh, my.
Oh, my. What's going on here?
What a bonehead.
All right, all right, Dan. All right, thank you, sir. Kenny, the trucker. Kenny, what do you have to add to this?
Yeah, who's that guy? Dr. Phil? You sound like Dr. Phil. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I have a lot of advice, and I think I have a lot of sound.
You don't, though, Dan. We've been listening to you.
Advice and a lot of, just traditional values about the country.
Traditional values about the country.
And I'm sick about the way the country is like going so far left that it's just we're in debt.
You don't think I am?
Swing liberals are they just want to spend more money.
We completely agree on that. Do you understand? We completely agree on that. The only thing we don't agree on is Palin.
Yeah, Palin, she had some problems when she was in office, didn't she?
I don't care if the queers want to get married. You think I care about that?
It's not a big issue, I don't think.
All right. Do you think I care about abortion?
Wait, let's ask Dan.
And stem cell research?
Dan, you like the gays?
I don't have any problem with people keeping their lifestyles to themselves.
What about the ones that eat the poo-poo?
Well, I'm sure they provide some interesting stuff for online sickos, but that's a freedom thing too. If that's what you want to do. I'm big on you having the freedom.
All right,
to do
listen, we got Jessica from Tennessee that wants to talk to Dan in Tennessee. All Jessica.
Right. I mean, I'm big on freedom.
All right, Dan, shut up for a second. Jessica
wants to talk.
And women, because I listen to this show and I don't find Jimmy or Anthony. I don't feel like you hate women. And
thanks, you bitch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, but she's an authority on you guys, I'm sure.
Well, a little more than you are. You apparently haven't listened.
I've been listening to you for 5 years.
Well, no, you've been hearing the show. I don't think you're listening.
As far as your social life,
when you said Jimmy Norton
in your house by yourself with your guns on a night by yourself,
exactly.
You're a very twisted, pitiful individual.
That's because I have conservative values.
You're funny on the show, but personally, you're the most twisted. Who would want their daughter to even get in your fucking in your vicinity?
No one, because I get the ones without fathers. I don't have to deal with that shit.
But don't get me wrong. I mean, you have a right to be twisted, and you're funny on the show. But I'm just saying
on the show. But my private life, that this guy knows everything about.
Dan's is one of these jealous guys.
Yeah, he's very.
Dan's one of these guys who probably is sick of fucking his wife, wants to fuck other girls, and is one of these subtle cock. I'm not talking to you, Dan. I'm talking to Anthony. He's one of these cock blockers who's gonna find reasons why you fucking you had a hot chick and you fucked other hot chicks, and he's that was wrong.
Remember what new pussy smelled like on your fingers, Dan?
17-year-olds
it's wonderful.
Into your house. Oh yeah, don't let me interrupt that.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't let an 18-year-old suck your dick in the truck. No, not at all.
No, that's
you're happy
terrible.
to go home and fuck the same woman.
That's your traditional values, right?
She's of age, and I didn't have to try to manipulate her to do so.
What kind of manipulation's going on, sir? What kind of manipulation?
Yeah, let's ask Dan, what kind of manipulation do you think Anthony's up to?
Yeah, what do you think I'm doing?
And let him talk.
I think he's preying on women, young, actually almost girls. They're just borderline women who that don't have any life experiences, and they're pretty easy to kind of impress, and they don't have enough experience with dating where they can see Anthony's twisted, pathetic soul. I mean,
really?
Like somebody like Jill, he couldn't keep it going with Jill because he had to lower himself down because he couldn't raise his standards up to someone like Jill. So what does he do?
Look at this guy who's in love with Jill.
To
hook you up.
You can't blame him for that, though.
He's in love with Jill.
Jill's a lover.
Come on.
What do we say about speak English? What?
Well, you were fucking some Thai chick who just she just came in from the States, probably didn't even speak
Thai chick? I've never stuck my dick in a Thai chick.
Oriental chick.
No, I didn't.
If
you go to the show, dummy, you know I'm not into Asian girls. Are you stupid?
He likes white girls.
Dan's
That's
a character. This is what Dan is. Dan's
She
Dan's a
was
character.
An Aryan.
I thought she just had her birth certificate or her citizenship thing that she threw away or burned. Jill
She
burned
was
her.
Canadian.
Oh, she was Canadian.
dummy.
She was still white. Purebred.
Really white.
Dan's a character.
And
You're
likes
a dunce.
really white girls.
I like white girls.
That's just technical facts, you know. I mean,
listen, you're gonna have
perish
to.
the thought. I fucking like
saying,
girls.
All right, Dan. I hate to do this to you, but Mikey in Green Bay, you're gonna have to deal with him, man. Mikey, go ahead.
Mikey in Green Bay,
And you're the reason why. Hold on, I don't hate women. Hey, bitch, shut my radio down for me. All right.
Attaboy.
Dan, listen.
Start off with a good joke.
Listen, Dan, you're the reason I hate this fucking career. You're the guy at the truck stop babbling to himself. Everyone's got their head turned away from you. They can't stand you. You're talking like everyone's fucking listening.
Truck stops because I don't want to sit around with a bunch of inbred idiots.
Where else are you going?
Yeah, that's right. Usually are. You're always right. You guys are always right. Nobody, and you all talk over everybody.
Palin.
I mean, I listen to you all on. I won't even listen to you on a CB because you're just in-grade idiots who don't know shit. I mean, you lose IQ points listening to the CB. I guarantee it, you guys. I promise you. If you listen to it for an hour, you're like, your brain is just
This guy must just pontificate on the radios and all the time.
Dan, it's funny, he called attention whore, and this guy is fucking desperate to be heard in a public forum.
Yeah.
Dan?
Go ahead.
I just said that. You called me an attention whore. I'm talking, this is my job. You call up desperate to be heard in a public forum.
No, I don't. I just got tired of hearing y'all bashing Palin.
But I didn't bash Palin. I actually didn't bash Palin.
Yeah.
So no, you didn't get tired of that because you're lying, because I didn't do it.
Well, yeah, I think you were. I think you were putting down her qualifications.
I just didn't think that she was going to be a good. I don't think she's qualified to run the country, which is not based on her gender. So you wanted to say something inflammatory.
I think it is for you.
I know you. Believe me, I fuck a lot more girls than you do. I like them more than you do.
Yeah, girls with dicks. I'm sorry, but
that's
Jimmy.
First of all, let me defend that.
One.
Trannies have nothing to do with women. You can enjoy steak and cheesecake. Do you have to talk over the punchline, you fucking hick? God almighty.
We got it, though, Jimmy.
I know that, but what a babbling fucking...
All right, listen.
We're
going to finish up. We're going to finish up with Griff.
God, you suck, dude.
Dan, we're going to finish up with Griff in South Carolina. And Griff considers himself a conservative. Go ahead, Griff.
Listen, Palin came to South Carolina and do.
Oh, fuck, that figures.
The bottom line is
he's a conservative and he hates Dan, so
let Palin run for president.
I don't think you can be a conservative and hate me
Because
I'm a traditional values guy.
You're a character, Dan. He's a character.
You're a joke.
I believe in traditional run government where it's low taxes. See, Anthony is so threatened by me. He doesn't realize we probably agree on government.
If you heard me earlier, I said we agree on a lot of things as far as...
He wants to try to attack me and minimize me, but just so he can, try to seem like he's the big man.
Oh, is that what you're doing, Lydia? Is that what you're doing, Lydia? You're psychoanalyzing me now, Lydia? Shut it. I know you a lot better than you know me, motherfucker. Believe me. Believe me, I got you fucking down. You're a miserable man.
A jealous
You're
twat.
miserable and jealous. You want to fuck other women. You can't. You're tied up in a shit marriage. You get away and drive your truck just so you can get away from your fat fuck wife and your annoying fucking kids. And you babble about this shit all day to people that don't want to hear it. You're an ignorant motherfucker that thinks he's a lot smarter than he is. Shut it.
I miss being a twisted, pathetic individual.
You are one.
Around with his gun.
Pathetic. So what? You like me walking around with my gun? Yeah, my empty house. So if someone comes in, I have a gun. Wow, I'm stupid. Wow, I'm so twisted and lonely. Shit.
So pathetic on your
Ask Ange about my sheets and see how lonely I am. The fucking thing looks like a crime scene. If luminol spilled on my house, it would glow for miles.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm sure.
All right, listen, Dan, we got to move on, but I got to ask you the obvious question. Why do you listen to our show? That seems a little strange that someone like you with these traditional values. Hold on, let me finish the question. You got the traditional values going on. Why would you listen to a show like this?
Hey, you don't have to have traditional values for me to enjoy the show. I'm just saying, as far as a leader of the country and in government, that's what we were talking about. I think we need common sense approach to solving problems and running the government, and not left-wing Marxists trying to take over the fucking country.
That's exactly what I've been saying. If you heard the show, I know that. I say that all the time.
You know, so, you know, but now we're on a personal level. So,
And you know what? Now,
you're right, Opie.
no, I'm just asking, but you got to deal with another trucker because you got them pissed off today too. Hold on a second.
You really are a fucking babbling asshole, Dan.
I think it's Bryce in Montana. Bryce, what do you got to add to this?
Hey, dumb fuck. We all have high IQs. That's why we dropped out of high school and drive trucks.
Let us laugh, Dan. Holy shit.
We're all waiting for the president.
Huh? What happened?
That's great.
That's a fucking idiot.
Dropped out of high school because your IQ is that of my waist size, you dude.
Oh, you corny
yeah.
Farther in life, you fucking idiot.
You elk fucking retard from
damn.
Montana. I think the cold has gone to your brain, buddy, so don't even...
Good, very funny. That's a good one, Dan. Good comeback.
Yeah, Dan. Do you hand your Mensa certificate out at the weigh station?
He's only been a truck driver for 5 years. He's just waiting for the
He's
next
hit a
big
few
thing.
concrete abutments, that's for sure.
Yeah.
All right, he's gone.
All right.
I like the show because it's funny. That's not a matter of one or the other. I mean, it's one that isn't. You know, it doesn't matter to me.
All right, some guy wants to kick your.
Funny,
Hold on, somebody wants to kick your ass. They're in Kentucky. James in Kentucky.
Hey, why?
Yeah. Hey,
Big Blue.
Dan, listen up a minute. Listen up. I've been
Boy,
saying
you sound like a city boy.
You should talk.
I am a South Georgia boy, and you give the South a bad name, okay? You said something.
Hey, don't you owe some black people an apology or two, probably? And you're talking to me, you know.
No. Listen, man, listen. Everybody has been listening to you Baptist gums for a few minutes, okay? You shut up and listen, okay?
I wonder how many lynchings you've been
You
involved
give
in.
the South a bad
Your
name.
granddaddy.
I've been a trucker for 30 years, and you know what they tell people like you on the CB? Shut the fuck up. You've heard that out here. Shut the fuck up.
Shut up. Glad I don't sit there and talk on this CD, y'all, because...
Man, let me say one more thing, and I will get off of here and leave you alone and let you keep batting your gums. If you took your brain out and melted it down and put it in a piss ain't motorcycle, he couldn't go around a BB twice, okay?
That's what they say.
Isn't that funny?
I hope you don't.
Wasn't that just hilarious, you guys?
Yes, it was funnier than anything you've said.
Anything.
All right, Jimmy. Naturally, you're gonna naturally just jump on the bandwagon of anybody who's trying to put me down.
I know, Dan. I've watched you step on every laugh. I've watched you step on every laugh.
Right.
You've stepped on every laugh babbling. You have no comic timing at all. None.
I'd never claimed to be a comedian.
I know that, but you don't have to be a blocker
You're
of laughs.
not an author either, so you need to get that through your fucking head. Yeah, you're not an author, so quit writing your books. The only people that buy them are like Psycho O&A fans. Come on.
I don't care who
Quit
buys
trying
them.
to write books. You're
Is
not
that really? Come on, Dan.
You're not
Stop.
a literary giant douchebag. So
Have
stay
you
out of
now?
the
Which
literary
book have
area.
you read? Which book have you read?
Huh?
Which books have you read? Which of my books have you read?
The first one that you came out with.
Okay, so you-
Of course, not even think about buying another one.
Yeah, I don't believe you. You're going to tell me you didn't think that book was funny? You're lying. You're lying.
It was okay, but it wasn't. It's kind of like, are you going to write a book about being funny, or are you going to try and write a book about a biography, or which is it? One or the other? It's like
Okay,
You know it's a funny book. You're lying, dude.
But it's
You're lying.
I think you ought to just quit trying to act like you're a literary giant and just stick to comedy. Do a CD or something.
I actually have. Thanks for the plug, Dan. I have a CD on iTunes. 2 of them actually.
Like the one thing about hunting, that was probably like George Carlin material, like on the hunting, thing where hunting is not a sport. No, fishing is not a sport.
Yes.
See, that was so funny that should be on a CD or something.
Well, that was already burned on television, but I'm glad you watched my Leno when I did that. Thank you.
Oh yeah, it was great. Well, I've heard it repeated on the weekends, and
Yes.
yeah, it's just fucking great. I mean, stuff
Thank
like
you.
that.
But again, why don't we just be honest with each other? And you're just trying to be insulting because you can't say someone's trying to be an author when they write 2 best-selling books. You're not trying to be an author. I'm an author that you may not enjoy.
People buy bought though? How many did you sell?
I hit number 11 on the
did
Times
really
bestseller
well.
list. Number 11 on the New York Times bestseller list with my second book because it came out on Election Day of 2008. Number 4 on the bestseller list for the first book.
No, I mean, how many copies?
I honestly have no idea. I have no idea how the book world works.
See, that kind of determines a little bit.
No, I think the bestseller
list. Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah, you
Stop.
can't really argue that, my friend.
You know that.
The books were very successful, Dan.
And he knows that.
Very successful.
Well, I know. You know, a lot of people buy them out of loyalty. You know, probably. On
Their motives don't, Dan. Their motives are irrelevant. Their motives are irrelevant. The fact is that you can't do this when you're pinned in an argument on something. You can't just keep trying to find another shitty angle. Don't try to be an author. Well, I've written 2 bestsellers. How many copies? Well, I don't know how the book world works.
Yeah.
I honestly have never asked. I just know where they were on the list.
And following your logic, I mean, a lot of people bought Palin's books because they were just fans, right?
Yeah.
Well, I just don't.
So what are you talking about?
Why are you talking about books anyway?
Yeah.
That's way out of your league.
Exactly. You wouldn't know one if you saw one.
Yeah.
And I actually don't consider myself.
What are you using to chalk up your tires?
For like my whole life, you just like read through it.
The bottom line is this. I wrote a book, and you went out and bought it. Good. Thanks.
But I think your fans are just going to buy them just out of loyalty, regardless, and they're not going to be honest with you. Say,
Really? The
"Hey,
fans
you know,
aren't going to be honest?
Yeah,
Are you
yeah.
fucking nuts?
$10.95.
I don't think they're going to be honest with you and say,
No, of
look,
course
you
not.
know, just get away
Yeah.
from the book selling and stick with a comedy like CD or something.
Why don't you put the phone down and pick up a tire pressure gauge?
You bought one. I'm pretty sure you probably bought the second one, but I'm glad you enjoyed the first one. Well, you may have had problems with it 'cause it was very sexually open, and maybe a little jealous that I fucking went out and did a lot of dirty things. I was okay talking about it.
Yeah.
No, there's nothing about you and Anthony, I can assure you, that I would ever be jealous.
You're just obsessed about Jill Nicolini. You're lying. You're fucking lying.
You would have liked
personally,
Jill,
You're perverted,
right?
twisted little dorks.
You would have liked Jill, right?
funny
Right?
on the show.
Ron, you would have liked Jill,
You're
right?
lying, Dan.
You said Jill was attractive and a strong woman, so you would have liked Jill, right?
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for women.
I fucked her.
And you won't admit, this is how dumb you are, you won't admit that you have a sexual thing for Sarah Palin. So her appearance actually makes you more connected to her.
I never thought about it.
You're lying, dude. You're fucking lying.
Like you guys do, and like
You're lying.
you know, I don't think about her like.
You're lying. Why did you just mention Jill Nicolini? No one was talking about Jill.
Yeah.
But you go with Anthony's ex.
You're all, you know, your relationships with women, therefore, thus leading you down, I think, this path of kind of Anthony not really having, you know, a lot of respect or esteem for Sarah Palin and her. And considering their political views are like pretty much identical.
Oh.
No, they're not.
That only leads me to think that he has problems.
Wow, you are way off base.
Well, how about the fact that you would mention Jill? Thank you. There you go. Now you learn to listen. This is how we teach someone who just keeps babbling. This is how you were taught when you were a little child. You were slapped, and now we turn the blame down. This is what would lead me to believe that you have a thing for Sarah Palin, because when talking about Anthony, you mentioned Jill, a strong, attractive woman. Well, you're obsessed with Sarah Palin, who's a strong, attractive woman.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll take your same dog shit logic, and that's what would lead me to believe that you have a thing. No one can hear a word you say, cunt. That's what would lead me to believe that you like Sarah Palin.
Yeah.
Not respect for her values, not respect for her intellect, because you know she's not really that bright. She's not a retard, but she's not bright enough to run the country. I think she gets beat up too much by the media. I think they attack her because she's an easy target, and I think they way too much attack her. And I think that she should have. I'm sorry, was I done talking? Again, dude, I'm not an actor in your play. I'm a real fucking person. I have a real thought process, and I've listened to you babble.
And you haven't been just like ranting on. I mean, come on.
No, I've been going back and forth with you.
Trying to.
I've been going back and forth.
All right,
Exchanging ideas.
Listen, Dan.
You're not exchanging ideas. You're trying to get all your points in because you know. See, exactly. There you go.
You want to criticize me.
You were doing the same thing when we started. We listened to you start. You made an accusation. I went to address the accusation as incorrect, and you just right there. You just go. You started babbling over. That's what you do, Dan.
Dan.
You're wrong in your interpretation. I mean,
All right. You said that many times. Dan, now you got to deal with Texas. Richard in Texas, another trucker. You got the truckers fired up. Go ahead, Richard.
I just want to say I haven't been doing this very long, but I've noticed there's 3 types of truckers out there. There's old road dogs, the guys that have been doing it forever. They're easygoing, great people. There's the young guys like me, don't know what the hell we're doing. Look up to those old road dogs because they'll help us out. These are the best people in America. These are true Americans, help you out. I have many a times been short on money and had one of these guys buy me a meal. You know, and then you've got these arrogant jackasses like this guy that just bump their gums and run off their mouth, and then, you know, they're the ones that give us a bad name. You know, we're good people. We are the red blood cells of this country. Without truckers, you don't eat. You don't get groceries. You don't get your fancy electronics, your iPhone.
You don't get crappy phone calls.
You know, sorry, I don't associate Dan with most truckers, to be honest with you.
No.
He's just like one of these babbling, pontificating jerk-offs. But I don't actually think most truckers are like that.
You see him at like every party or event or something. This guy that comes up and just rambles on like that.
Anthony pegged you completely when he said you're not as smart as you think you are. You're a guy who holds a lot of conversation. Desperate to be heard. Listen to me. I want to be heard. Hope my cell service don't. I bet you pulled over to talk on the phone. Attention whore. Did you pull over to listen on the talk on the side of the road? You pulled over to talk. Somebody needs attention.
Oh, he needs so much attention.
Somebody is very, very lonely.
Aww.
Somebody is very lonely in a string of jobs that has not satisfied his intellect.
Probably right now.
For somebody so smart, Dan, you don't have jobs that challenge your intellect.
Yeah.
For such a bright guy.
Look, I just got through trying to tell you already what I've done.
I've already known what you've done. You were a steam fitter, which is a great job.
Steam fitter.
And you were a trucker, which is a great job.
And you worked selling non-prescription glasses at the drugstore. I was optometrist.
You're not an optometrist.
You sold reading glasses at CVS.
That's opticianry, dumbass.
You're lying.
The difference between the two.
You're not an optometrist.
I've got a 2-year degree in optician.
No, you don't.
A 2-year degree in optician? What?
You want me to run a photocopy of my?
Yes, I do.
A photocopy.
Yes.
I expect a fucking apology from your pathetic little ass.
You'll get no apology because I don't believe it'll be real. You're not going to send it. You're not going to. Oh God, is that what a man does? He apologizes when he's wrong? No, he doesn't. A man just drives a truck and babbles over everybody who tries to talk.
Did Apex Tech give you free eye tools with your diploma?
Send it in, bitch. Send it. Yeah. Send in. When?
Spelling bees. I could beat anybody with your company.
Spelling bee.
Spelling bee.
No, you didn't just say that. A spelling bee.
Why would we want to have a spelling bee?
Wow.
How do you spell fat wife at home?
I was kind of nerdy growing up.
How do you spell does it live up to his potential? How's that, 155 IQ? You're fucking lying. You're a fucking liar.
Well, just go ahead and ask me. I can spell any word that would be in.
How do you spell jerk off? DAN. You stink.
Fucking limited. You couldn't question me.
From the guy that said pea-brain 8 times.
Hold on. Let me talk about the limited vocabulary guy. I've written 2 books and have made my living talking for. I've made. Turn him down. No. I've made my living talking for 20 years.
Yeah.
And I talk on the radio for a living. Mm-hmm. You fucking fitted pipes and drive a truck, and you're criticizing people's vocabulary.
Yeah, that's right, you dumbass. I can fucking
pea-brain.
Anybody with your company.
Dumbass.
I'm probably
go get Rich Voss.
Sellers of like 90.
So you understand that spelling is something like an idiot savant can do and know nothing else but spelling? Do you know spelling is not an indicator of intelligence?
Well, let's give him
a
word.
memory. Understand that?
It's memory.
Let's give him a word.
Understand that?
Let's give him a word.
Game, and it takes strategy and intellect to play chess. And I guarantee you, I could beat the pants.
Chess has nothing to do with spelling, though.
That's right. I'm not just limited in spelling, dumbass.
Oh, he plays chess, too.
Well, you do a lot of things.
Yeah.
You do a lot of things to prove to yourself that you're not a dumb motherfucker. You know you're a dumb motherfucker.
It's
Yeah, I know, stupid. I've been playing chess since I was 7 years old. Or 10 years, 4th grade.
Let me make a move. Mac to Queen's Peterbilt. Shut up. Mac to Queen's Peterbilt 3.
Underwear, Jim.
All right, well, who's the chess champion right now? Who's the chess champion?
Okay.
Who's the chess champion right now?
I don't follow.
Vishy Anand, you dumb cunt. So don't talk about things you don't know. What was the program Kasparov lost to? What was the program Kasparov lost to?
What?
What was the program? Do you know who Gary Kasparov is?
I know.
Just say no.
I said I'm a good chess player. I didn't mean I quit watching.
Just say you don't know.
He's tripping up.
You mentioned chess, so you're a man of intellect who reads a lot.
It doesn't mean that I go around following the latest chess players.
But you don't know who the fucking champion of the world is?
I don't follow.
You mentioned chess as one of your intellectual accomplishments since you're going to attack me on mine. So I'm saying, how do I know you know anything about chess?
The latest chess players. The latest chess players are.
I play shoots and ladders. It's amazing. The ladder, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, and the shoot, you just slide down it.
You all just can't handle when somebody is smarter than you.
Oh, that's childish.
When one calls, we'll handle it.
All right, Dan, you got.
Can't handle somebody who's. I've been spelling bee champion. I can play chess.
Spelling bee champion.
Dan is this is why you're a character.
He's a nerd.
Ask me a hard word to spell.
We don't care if you can spell.
Spelling is dog shit.
Dan, you got to.
You tried to diminish.
All right, Dan, you got to summarize. You got to summarize here. We're going to move on.
Yeah, did you send in your picture yet? When are you going to send that in? I want to know when.
I am definitely going to.
When?
I'm definitely going to send you a photo thing of my associate degree.
Okay, when?
Okay, douchebag. Oh, I'm going to do it when I get back home. I'm on the road for 2 weeks at a time. Oh, yeah, you can count on it.
So your wife can't do it for you at home?
She's busy eating.
Why can't your wife do it for you and just send it?
He said it a long time ago. He's not
so there's
married.
nobody at home waiting for you, lonely?
Hey, what's the matter, lonely?
No, I'm very happy to say I don't have to keep up a relationship while I'm out here on the road.
Lonely motherfucker.
Oh, is he lonely?
What a lonely bag of shit.
How many lot lizards did you pay for?
Not really. Yes, you are.
Don't do that.
You lonely motherfucker.
God.
Trying to make it look like you're not getting pussy because you have high moral standards when you're just not getting pussy.
I'm not gonna fucking get some.
That's why you mention Anthony's fucking pussy, because you're jealous, you lonely motherfucker.
That calf smells like dirty feet and cock.
Socially twisted.
Oh, you lonely bitch.
Socially twisted. It's worked very well for me, my friend. Very well.
I'm talking about on the show, but your personal life.
I'm talking my personal life. You don't think I have a pisser? You don't think I have a pisser in my personal life? You don't think I have a fun fucking time in my personal life? I have a fucking genuine pisser.
Sounds great, Anthony. You go home alone, you walk around.
Alone?
Till you can't stand it, and you go play karaoke by yourself. And try to make a bit out of it so it seems funny.
First of all, I do sing because it's fun. I enjoy singing. I've done it for years. What's the problem in that?
He sort of has a point, though, Anthony.
Yeah.
You do go home alone and sing karaoke by yourself with guns. That is a little strange. And then he said that you make a bit out of it. He kind of nailed that one. He kind of nailed it. I know the crazy gun guy videos are doing very well, but he really, just broke the whole thing down for you.
Dan, you're a character. You're a radio caller character.
Jimmy, you're just a twisted, pathetic individual. I mean, you're funny, but you're a twisted socially.
See, we're so fucked up.
You're a pathetic little pervert, and you got nothing. You got no legs to stand on when it comes down to who you are as a person personally.
You're just lying, dude. You're just lying. I actually talk about who I. Once again, you keep babbling over. Here's what you do. You say something.
I think I was in the middle of making a point.
No, you weren't. You said I'm twisted socially, and I have no legs to stand on as a person. So you're gonna fucking make that a semicolon, and I'm gonna answer you. You're not gonna make that a fucking ... and continue.
My accomplishments based on no facts.
Oh, yeah, you're lying.
This is what you are a liar.
Third grade, you're a fucking
You're fucking lonely. You're a lonely guy, Dan.
You are lonely, Dan. We can
You're
tell.
a lonely guy. You're talking about how brilliant you are, but you drive a truck and you fucking worked with pipes. I'm not saying those are bad jobs, but you have not done things that quote-unquote challenge your intellect.
You can't even hold an argument, and you just deny somebody's accomplishments without even...
I don't believe you.
Oh, yeah, sure you do.
You're a lonely guy. You're a lonely, jealous twat, dude.
I'm going to definitely mail in.
Yeah, you do that when you get home, lonely, because there's nobody there to do it for you. You do that when you get home.
Well, maybe the cat could do it for
What's
him.
the matter, Dan? You're not worth waiting for at home? You fucking lonely zero?
Judge of character you are.
You are a lonely fucking zero, dude. You're a lonely fucking zero. And you pontificate and you babble. But you bought my book. Thanks a lot, stupid. You bought my book and you listen to the radio show, jealous.
Urine panties on kids.
Are you?
Shut up. Great.
Are you going to be anywhere around the Borgata on the 2nd and 3rd to see Jimmy Norton?
Yeah, will you be in Atlantic City when I am performing this Friday and Saturday?
Yes.
July 2nd and 3rd.
We're all going to be there.
Well, good. That's great. But I wouldn't want to go home to your pathetic, twisted lives after.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, wow.
All that pussy. Yuck. That's terrible. All those loads flying out. Boo. Yuck.
$1 million, and if I had to go home and live...
You're a liar, dude. You're a liar.
Do you understand
You're a liar, Dan.
how much fun... This guy does not understand. When I go home...
Yes, he does.
I love going home and having fun. People actually do come over. I sit down, I relax with a couple of beers, I'll jump in the pool, I'll blast some music, I'm in a fucking beautiful yard. How is that bad? How is that bad, Dan?
Up on the porn site by yourself at home with your gun strapped on. Yeah, congratulations on your accomplishment as your...
You drive a truck alone and you're fucking... No, again, may I request? No, you're not gonna... No, you're not gonna fucking... No. You said that Dan fucking... that Anthony has this lonely life at home with a gun.
Yeah.
You drive a truck alone.
You're all alone.
You drive
in
a
that
truck
cab.
alone. You're alone for weeks at a time because nobody who you've met gives a fuck enough about you to be a part of your personal life.
All over the place.
You're a flop, dude.
I stop everywhere I go, and I meet people from all different places.
Exactly. Just a little, got a little wanderlust, do you?
Yeah.
You got nobody at home. You're a lonely fuck, dude.
He's wandering the earth.
You're an attention whore, lonely fuck.
To go after transvestites.
Transsexuals. Let me clear this up.
Look, he's got a few good points that I must say.
Let me clear this up. No, he does not.
He does hit a home run every once in a while.
He's an ass.
He's yet to hit a home run. Transvestites are men in dresses. Transsexuals are girls with little bits of extra gifts for the boys.
When you're a little kid, and then all of a sudden you're just a straight man when you're in there. Okay.
Most men have had little homosexual experiences when they were younger. The problem is, I'm not a guy like you, Dan, who denies what my life was. You're a repressed guy who drives a truck thinking he's brighter than he is, and you're denying exactly what your life is. I was an optometrist.
An optometrist, pipe fitter, truck driver.
Fanatic. Still.
What's that?
At your age.
What's that, sweetie?
You're such a Kiss fanatic at your age. You dropped to your knees.
Yeah, and I don't like. My music's better than yours. Really? I like Kiss. That's what you got? You fucking. I got an optometry degree. No, you don't. Shut up. You don't.
You don't even know the difference between optometry.
You're right. I don't care. Put the chart up, faggot, and I'll read it.
All right, Dan, Dan, we gotta go. We gotta go.
You keep driving, lonely.
We gotta go, Dan.
Show though. I'm just giving them some
All right.
We know what you're doing. You're a radio caller character.
Take it, you know.
Yeah, you've been too much for us, Dan.
All right, Dan.
Thank God for you being there.
All right, Dan.
I'm an optometrist.
All right, Dan.
A lot of practice blowing. Very good.
Shut up.
All right, Dan. That's it for you. Thank you.
Y'all have a great show still. I'll be listening.
All right.
Yeah, we know you will.
Dan in Tennessee.
Oh, steering column to his chest, please. Wow.
I don't mind Dan. He's just a character. He's a controversial caller guy. We get it.
Exactly. We get it.
No,
we get
he
your
believes
character.
all that shit.
No, he doesn't believe all that.
Absolutely
He
does.
absolutely does
He's
not.
one of those conservative guys.
He's
man.
a conservative guy. But attacking Anthony because he gets laid and bullshit. No guy driving alone isn't attacking Anthony out of jealousy. It's just not happening. That's where he's not being honest.
And I never play the jealousy card. I would never say, "Oh, you're just jealous," because that's like almost a cop out in an argument. But just the way he was describing things, it's like I go home and I strap a gun on and I'm alone in my house. You know what? I love doing that. I could fucking watch great movies, just sit there, sip a little wine, and then people just come over. That's fine too.
That's fine and dandy.
I don't mind. Yeah, whatever.
Fine and dandy.
And you know what else he doesn't believe? This is what bothers me about Dan. Not his views or the fact that he's passionate. This is the dishonest part. This is the I'm going to be compelling caller title guy. They don't like women. That's why. Well, that call will get through. And it works. It does get through.
Yes.
But that's... So then what he has to do is try to prove that we don't like women because he said something conversation starting and controversial. But that's where the bullshit is. You don't believe that, Dan, and you know you don't believe that.
I don't know, man.
I'm telling you, he doesn't.
There's a lot of conservatives out there that believe that shit, man.
He's
no conservative.
Which makes it really strange.
No conservative stands on the "you don't like women" platform. That's what the liberals say to the conservatives. You guys don't like women. That's why you don't want them to get abortions. That's why you fucking all that stuff. No conservative says you don't like women when people don't like Palin.
Yeah,
it's bullshit.
Let's take a break, and we'll continue.
And now, the Opie and Anthony Show on the virus, Sirius XM.
Come with it now. Come with it now.
Yeah.
That was fun with Dan, man. Maybe I shouldn't say that.
He's such a rambling ass.
Wow, 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 wow.
Play it now.
Here it comes. Wow, 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 wow. Ready? Wait for it. Here it comes. Right now. Nice. Yeah. Rock. Fuck the white man and his corporate fucking
greed.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Hey, we're going to have Alex Jones on the show.
Yes.
Who's Alex Jones, Anthony? You know anything about this guy?
Well,
this guy.
If I could grab this.
Doo-doo.
Alex Jones has an XM show.
The Alex Jones Show?
Yes, on 165 Talk Radio. It's the Alex Jones Show, yes. And what he does is, as I read this, is... I have
Big conspiracy guy.
Yeah.
Rogan likes him a lot. A lot of comedians like him. I don't know if he's a good guy or if he's a dick, but I know he supposedly does good radio, and he's a big conspiracy guy.
Well, was Joe Rogan around today? Did we try to get him?
He's West Coast now. He's West Coast. And we'll just see what he... My issue is I just want to actually see what he thinks about certain things.
Yeah, he's got a lot to say about all kinds of these things that are going on that people have these misconceptions about and conspiracies.
He has a film called The Obama Deception. It's a hard-hitting film that completely destroys the myth that Obama's working for the best interests of Americans. The Obama phenomenon is a hoax carefully crafted by the captains of the New World Order. He's one of those guys. He believes in the New World Order.
The Illuminati.
He's going to be on in about 10 minutes.
He's being pushed as savior in an attempt to con the Americans into accepting global slavery. We've reached a critical juncture in New World Order's plans. It's not about left or right. It's about one world government. The international banks plan to loot the people of the U.S. and turn them into slaves in a global plan.
They do.
It's not that... I'm sure he's a smart guy, and I'm sure his arguments make sense. I just can never buy that stuff.
Yeah, it's...
Of course, he believes 9/11 is an inside job.
I don't give...
There's a New World conspiracy in which the world leaders are looking to create one world government with ultimate power.
I don't give people that much credit.
Not at all.
If that ever happened, it would be because that's what we just turned into, you know? That whole one world power thing. And
see, conspiracy guys, well, I'll say this to him too. Believing in a conspiracy because you think it has merit makes sense to me, but even if I don't agree with it, it makes sense. But when you believe in a conspiracy, it's almost like when you're a conspiracy guy, your agenda is the conspiracy must be proven. So it's like you will kind of ignore facts that point against it.
Or twist them around to make them fit your agenda.
Or you'll take teeny-weeny innuendos that seem like facts that strengthen your cause, and you'll hold them over overwhelming facts in the other direction.
That's been used by the 9/11 people, conspiracy guys, so much. They totally discount facts. They take these little fucking tidbits of rumor and speculation and present them as fact. And then before you know it, people are watching these movies on the internet and stuff and going, wow, that's amazing. It's like, no, it's made up. It's fake.
That's my problem. It's not what they're saying. It's the fact. It's their lack of common sense in a lot of cases, and the way they refuse to bend when it's something that goes against their. They accuse everybody else of having an agenda.
Gatekeeper.
But their agenda is that there is a conspiracy happening and nothing is going to tell them.
No matter
different.
what.
Now, I don't know if this guy's like that. I don't know. I can't say he's like that. I don't know.
Well, we got a guy that listens to his show religiously.
Okay.
Rocco in New Hampshire. Rocco.
Dude, it's thermite, man. It's thermite.
What do you know on Alex Jones? You listen all the time?
Actually, Alex Jones has been around for a while. He's been around for probably about 15 years. He's a really, really good researcher. Scares the living shit out of me, though. And a lot of times you listen to him, and he's got a 4-hour show or something like that, and I only catch him on my iPod. He's got a podcast that he puts out, too. But in his shows, he talks about a lot of different conspiracy theories, but he backs them up with a lot of, I'll call it interesting factoids, because really any theory just has to be proven no matter which way you twist and turn, and Jimmy, you know that more than anything,
yeah,
right?
Sure.
Even a theory like the theory of relativity, it's never been proven if you think about it, but yet we live day in, day out, you know, so these theories have a lot of backing to them, and they're very interesting in a lot of
theory, yeah.
Well, Danny
It's
just
called
said.
the theory of
Danny just said.
relativity.
Danny sometimes makes really good points into the keyboard. He said that's why it's a theory.
It's a theory of relativity,
Right. But
not
it's right.
the fact of relativity.
He's right.
The law of relativity.
yeah, and and you can go on and on and on, and this argument is never going to be proven in any way, shape, and form
Right.
in our lifetime. But the fact of the matter is that if you listen to him and just really think about what he's talking about, it is really interesting. And Jim and I've been listening to you guys for years too, but you've got great theories and you've got really great intelligence too. Jimmy, you're great as well.
Thank you.
You're a dick, but I love you.
Wow.
Well, that's wonderful. That's what I want on my fucking tombstone. Go fuck yourself. How's
That's
that,
right.
Rocco?
You want go fuck yourself on your tombstone?
Exactly.
That's what I'm going to have on mine. But no, seriously, you guys all have great views, and this guy's really good too. Don't attack him. Just listen to him. He's really got.
I'm not going to attack him unless he attacks us. I don't have him on to disprove his theories. Like, we don't. It was more like I hear he's an interesting guy. And if he's got a radio show that does conspiracies, to me, that's interesting. So it's not about attacking him or proving him wrong. It's not about that. I think he's probably an interesting dude.
Yeah, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I listen to all views. I mean, whether 9/11 was an inside job or not, it's fine. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. Well, it'll come out eventually. But at the same time, you think about all the little things, like a hole in a Pentagon, 5 feet wide or 5 meters wide, whatever it is. There's a lot of interesting stuff there, and I don't.
5 meters wide. You mean that hole that the firemen made when they broke through the wall, as opposed to the other hole that the actual plane made when it hit on an angle? So that's why it wasn't the shape of the plane like it was in the World Trade Center, and it was concrete and brickwork instead of steel. And there's absolutely evidence of engine parts and fuselage parts and plane parts
all over the place. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I see it.
It's like it.
That's what bothers me about conspiracy guys is like they never acknowledge facts that disprove what they're saying, regardless of how strong the facts are. And to me,
hey guys, how you doing?
Oh, okay.
Alex.
How'd that happen?
Alex?
Well, are we just connected to Alex?
Oh, are we live on air right now?
Yeah, dude. Nobody even told us you were coming in.
Well, we don't...
okay. I mean, they just pointed me in here and said they're going to be ready for you in a minute, and I walked in here and sat down.
Oh, cool.
Good thing I didn't say anything embarrassing.
That's fine. I mean, if you need a couple minutes, no problem.
No. It's good to be here on the show. I've heard it many times, and I hear people talking about it all the time, so I know it's very, very influential, so it's good to be here with you.
Yeah, we were just hashing over some of the biggest conspiracies that are going on these days and over the past few years. Of course, 9/11 and the whole New World Order thing. So where do you stand on a lot of these? Are you one of these? Just it's an absolute conspiracy, a little more open-minded with these things. Where do you stand?
Well, really, I'm somebody who goes off the facts, off of what I can prove. Now, people can have disagreements about the way I interpret things, but 15 years ago when I first got on radio, I talked about the Gulf of Tonkin being staged to get us into Vietnam in 1964. And I had the San Diego newspaper clippings from the time, from research I'd done and from books I'd read. But it was only a rumor for the general public, so it was a conspiracy theory. And, of course, 5 years ago, it was declassified that the Gulf of Tonkin was staged, and they released the LBJ tapes with McNamara where they planned to stage it. And McNamara tells the president, showing who the boss was, how they were going to stage it and what he would say coming up in 2 days at the press conference. And it's LBJ at his ranch outside Austin, where I sit, and McNamara, the defense secretary, at the Pentagon. And another example is more than 10 years ago, I had declassified, hidden in plain view, government documents about terraforming or geoengineering of the globe going on. Since the mid-'90s, there's been a giant covert, hidden in plain view, weather modification going on a global scale, and it's run by the Pentagon. And now 2 years ago, at the end of the Bush administration, they began to declassify more of it, and then John P. Holdren, the White House science czar, went public in his first press conference and announced that they basically can manipulate and control the weather. It's a secret program, but he's just letting us know it's going on. They're saving us from global warming. So my point is, one man's conspiracy theory is somebody else's facts. Now, are there people saying they're blood-drinking lizards from Planet Pop-Tart that are psychically controlling our brains? Are there schizophrenics running around who, think that they're Jesus and the Pope and Mary and Joan of Arc and a Keebler elf rolled into one, and also the Lucky Charms person? Yes, but I'm somebody who just covers the facts. I can prove, and I found 9 times out of 10, truth is much stranger than fiction.
And Alex, let me just say where they can hear Alex, too. He's on XM 165 Talk Radio Saturdays. He's not on Sirius, only on XM 6 to 9 p.m. Eastern.
You're not from the school of thought that sometimes the path of least resistance is, in fact, the facts?
Well, the social engineers are able to predictively, especially with computers, but before they had idiot savants and others that were able to societally manipulate things. They call it the scientific dictatorship, the final revolution. Now, this is what all the top globalists, even 60, 70, 80, 90 years ago, Bertrand Russell, H.G. Wells, and countless others who wrote fiction and nonfiction, who were members of the British Royal Society, they talked about understanding normal weakness, normal human behavior, and then guiding things and manipulating things through our normal instincts. And so, yes, most of what goes on is just human weakness and human greed and lust and avarice. But the New World Order, like a symphony conductor, knows how to play all those different factors together in a type of 3-level chess where they're looking forward long term, and they're also willing to make sacrifices.
The only thing that I find troubling about any conspiracy is the fact that I've never seen a group of people able to work together, to be quiet enough for long enough where it doesn't come out and get exposed in some way, shape, or form.
Well, I totally agree with you. I absolutely, totally agree with you. That's why people got off the ships in San Diego after the Gulf of Tonkin when they rotated back a year later. And the captain of one of the ships and some of the top officers said it was totally staged. No torpedoes were fired at us. And so the truth did come out, just like I've interviewed police officers and firefighters and medical workers that said they heard the countdown to blow up Building 7. And now even a Fox News reporter admitted, okay, well, there was going to be a countdown to blow it up, but since it fell on its own, we didn't have to blow up Building 7 on 9/11. So I agree with you. This stuff all comes out.
I don't agree with that whole thing as far as Building 7 goes and the World Trade Center being rigged for explosives, because it just doesn't make sense that something on that grand of a scale, when you know the facts about building demolition, you could not possibly plant that much explosives in a building that is operating. I don't care if there was some people taking some days off and some floors were closed and there were maintenance crews. When you watch a building being demolished, it takes weeks, if not months, of prep work by professional.
And now all you need is some jet fuel. And even though the firefighters reported that most of the fires were out and people were standing in gaping holes in the North and South Tower, waving white shirts, calling for help, suddenly those giant 4-foot-around columns shattered and were projected 600 feet into other buildings. And they didn't find any body parts bigger than about an inch because the explosives were so high-powered.
Well,
Tower 1 and 2 were non-conventional, massive explosives, top-down. Building 7 was a classic controlled demolition, and, of course, the CIA was based in the building.
See, I absolutely cannot accept that. I accept the fact that it was extremists that hate our way of life, hate our country,
hate our freedom,
of course, and flew planes into buildings, and the buildings were not set up to take that kind of heat, not melting till the point of liquid, but enough to weaken the structure so that when it did collapse, when you have that much weight falling onto itself, you're going to get pieces of metal flying out as if there was an explosion, because literally it is the power of an explosion. You're getting that much energy is being dispersed out of the building.
Well, did you know that NIST had given all those reasons, the pancake, and they said Tower 1 and 2 were hollow, which wasn't true, and now they've had to reverse all that. And on Building 7, they've given 6 different reasons and had to reverse it. I mean, if you look at Building 7, we interviewed the deputy head of emergency management, Mr. Jennings, in New York, Barry Jennings, and then about a week later, he mysteriously died after we aired the interview with him. And he talked about how they blew up Building 7, and, of course, then he died mysteriously.
How then was this explosives, these explosives brought into these buildings?
Well, I mean, let's talk about 7. It had the FBI, NSA, CIA, Defense Intelligence. It was the biggest single U.S. intelligence building, private intelligence building in the world. Most buildings of that size, 47 stories or more, are completely government installations like Fort Meade with the NSA and others. The entire building was a giant spook command base.
Yeah.
You like that little ding-ding there?
I absolutely do.
Is that the Pavlovian conditioning? Hey, guys, but I also want to tell you, I am on XM. They are 1 hour, my syndicated radio show, also at night, but I really appreciate you guys out of the gates plugging that. You guys, also, the websites are Infowars.com and PrisonPlanet.com, and that's where people can actually go and look at the information that we actually cover. I mean, I was talking 10 years ago when they got rid of Glass-Steagall, actually 11 years ago, with economists about how the IMF and World Bank had gotten rid of Glass-Steagall type legislation in third world nations by design, gone in and paid off governments to do it, so the private banks could come in and sell derivatives to the countries to financially destroy them. And now we have the Goldman Sachs Timberwolf emails. We have the McClatchy newspaper emails that they got, where Goldman Sachs premeditatedly sold derivatives to destroy their competition and to collapse the economy so they could consolidate power. And now the new banking re-regulation legislation, even the Washington Post admits, allows the private Federal Reserve to fully take over any banks or institutions they wish and gobble up their competition. That's why the Texas Banking Association president 2 months ago wrote an editorial saying this is a criminal takeover by the very central banks that engineered the financial collapse. But we hear on the news, oh, Obama's getting tough on those rascally bankers. He's going to show them by giving them even more power. It'd be like if somebody robbed a bank and the police showed up and said, wait a minute, you just stole $1 million. We're going to give you a truckload of gold bars to punish you and 15 hookers. How does that sound?
Can I ask Alex a question that's off the subject? There's something I wanted to ask in the beginning, then we got into 9/11. What made you a conspiracy guy? Like, because to me, my issue with conspiracies is that it seems like a lot of times people become so invested in the idea that a conspiracy must exist that their agenda becomes proving a conspiracy as opposed to seeing sometimes plain and simple facts in the other direction. Now, you seem to be a very well-informed guy. Like, what put you on the road to, like, thinking that there's a lot of conspiracies? And I believe that some of them you're probably very right about.
Well, that's a really good question. I mean, number one, I played football and drank beer and everything else in high school, but I also, because my mom's got a degree in history, I happened to see a lot of history books laying around from the time I was about 11, and I started reading history books voraciously instead of fiction. And I read Gibbon's Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire, Rise and Decline of the Roman Empire, Shearer's Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, Heinz Hobel's Order of the Death's Head. I read the secret wartime report that had been declassified around that time, The Mind of Adolf Hitler. I read about the Japanese imperial system. I studied the Aztec kingdom and all of the subterfuge and conspiracies and the ruling classes and how they engineered societies even thousands of years ago. Mm-hmm. And then in my high school, I never really did drugs. I smoked pot here and there, but I'd been to parties where people were using drugs. And I also hung out when I was in high school, with college kids. And so I would see the police who I'd see do drug raids at my school. I would then drive across the lake from Rockwall to Rowlett, and I'd see the same cop at a college party selling cocaine. And so then I found out that the sheriff was dealing cocaine, that the police were involved, and later they did go to prison for it. But so I saw them doing drug raids at the school and busting kids for, half a joint or a roach, and then I saw them parading around on the news as our saviors when I knew full well by the time I left Dallas and moved to Austin, that the police, and then later I found out, I knew I had some friends who had older brothers who were drug dealers in Dallas, and they said, of course, we get our marijuana and other drugs from the Dallas Police Department out of the drug lockup. And then I would see the news saying it's ridiculous, police don't deal drugs. And then later I read about Serpico and other cases, and I interviewed famous New York detectives where in the 60s and then again in the 70s, they had to fire over 75% of the vice squad in New York because they were dealing drugs and running wars. But then the news told me the police don't deal drugs. Then in 96, I watched the congressional hearings where the CIA Solicitor Inspector General admitted that the CIA shipped in the majority of the cocaine during the 80s and gave the crack cocaine recipe to people, and then later interviewed Freeway Ricky Ross and others. And I mean, look, now on Fox News, I have video. You can just Google Fox News admits Pentagon growing opium, and it's so in our face now. They have Geraldo go, I'm going to talk to this colonel in the Marine Corps. Colonel, so you're guarding the opium. Yes, we don't like it, but we actually help them grow it now. And if we don't grow it and ship it out, then Al-Qaeda will get the opium money. So, okay, whatever. You decriminalize it, then Al-Qaeda, Al-Qaeda that we admittedly created in the 80s, they won't be making money off of it because it won't be illegal anymore. I mean, now Reuters, AP, New York Times all admit our government grows the frickin' smack and ships it in. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. They're drug dealers. They got the drugs illegal so they can get higher prices shipping it in.
Can I say, if you didn't say how did you say it?
Al-Qaeda.
If you didn't say we created in the 80s, I just never would have gotten the fact you were saying CIA. But that made me go back and think.
Al-Qaeda. I got to ask you, what is the end game here? Because it seems like all of these are somehow tied in to this giant power grab. Who is the head of this? Where is it going? Why haven't we gotten to the point where this entity, this thing that is doing all this, has ultimate control? Where is the end game in this whole big picture?
Social Darwinism, the final revolution. I have literally over 100 government-financed textbooks like Eco Science by John P. Holdren, the current White House science czar, where they say a planetary dictatorship. The Financial Times of London had an article titled just last year, And Now for World Government. And they admit, we're smarter than you. We kept it secret for your own good. It is a kind, gentle authoritarianism, an oppressive system for your own good. We are going to create a global government control grid that controls all the resources, all the money. We are then going to create a carbon footprint because humans exhale carbon dioxide, and we are going to tax that. And we're going to have a one-world government that enforces a one-world, one-child policy, and we are going to phase out at least 80% of the world population, as State Department Memorandum, declassified 1992, written 1973, State Department Memorandum 200, and it's double-coded, also as a CIA document. State Department Memorandum 200 states that they will use war, famine, and sterilization programs at that time to reach the goals that if third world countries want U.S. loans, half of their population must be reduced. So
Alex, hold on, I'm not to interrupt you. I'm sorry, but just a question on the theory of it, because why?
Not a theory.
Your feelings on it. If
no,
this,
all stated fact. I have all their gut. They think we're so dumb. This is admitted. Out in plain view.
If this is what's happening, or if there's a world order, why would those who are in charge of it allow information to be passed so easily in this? Like, when you look at what you could have done in 1975, Abu Ghraib was not even able to be kept a secret. There are really, secrets are so easily exposed now. Why allow the system to progressively get more and more transparent, not by their doing, but simply by the way information is passed?
No, they've actually done that's a very astute point you made. There are psychological warfare studies from the 50s, the first ones I read by British intelligence that were declassified. And then you can read more modern versions in psychological treatises out there about learned helplessness, acclimation, to where now they just basically don't even care if I'm on the air throwing all this out. They know the average person is just going to think it's a conspiracy theory and not actually go read these government textbooks. Here's an example. In Montebello 2 years ago, it was in the Toronto Star that the police attacked their own police as a pretext to then attack the peaceful protesters to create a pretext in the future to just shut down protest altogether. Police admitted that the Pentagon sent in troops dressed as anarchists in '99 to attack police as a pretext to then demonize them on the news, agent provocateurs. And now at the G20 in Pittsburgh and at the G20 in Toronto that was going on this week and last week, they actually have black vans pulling up. We have video of this up on Infowars.com. Black vans pulling up and grabbing protesters, peaceful protesters for no reason, men, women, you name it, children in some cases, and dragging them into black vans and driving away with them. And I discovered, going back to G20 meetings 3-4 years ago in different parts of the world, that it was staged. They were grabbing actors who were role players to scare everyone, and they would do it in front of news cameras to say, you may not just get arrested if you protest, you may disappear with plainclothes men grabbing you and putting you in vans. Well, and then the news says, oh my God, look, the government's kidnapping people. And then now, this year, they're actually doing it for real. So just like Jack Bauer tortures somebody's kid on 24 in front of their parents to get answers, and it turns out he's the good guy, they're reshaping us through Pavlovian conditioning, social conditioning, to accept that secret arrest, kidnapping, Abu Ghraib is good. They're releasing this on purpose. Bush came out 2 weeks ago and said, yeah, I ordered torture, and I'd do it again. Meanwhile, the people he ordered to do it went to prison. But it's all part of a conditioning process.
But why? My thing is, why allow the real information out? Because, like, something like the Freedom of Information Act, that's such an, if the world dominance or world order is the issue, why would you allow something like the Freedom of Information Act?
He'd probably argue that there's certain information they would want to get out.
Absolutely.
Now, let me break that down. Very good point there as well. Why do we have the National Security Act? Why do we have the FOIA Act? 1947. Almost everything the U.S. government does is out in the open. The British OSS founds the CIA out of Blue Bloods at Yale, Skull and Bones. That's mainline news and covered in the film The Good Shepherd that Robert De Niro made with Matt Damon. But if you watch that, I mean, what do you have? You have satanic rituals going on with the guys that founded the CIA. Well, that's actually true. Who is Skull and Bones? And I'm going to answer your question this way. Skull and Bones, in 1832, this is Encyclopedia Britannica, in 1832, British intelligence came in and made deals with some of the wealthiest people in the U.S. We just beaten the British, 40 years before or so. And they came in and this has now been released. This is part of their annals, and said we're going to take over Yale and Harvard and Princeton, and we're going to kind of merge the U.S. again back into the British Empire, but you'll share in the empire. And they made deals with the robber barons, and they said we're going to finance you with Rothschild money, and we're going to finance the Rockefellers and others. This is when all this got started, and we're going to set up British intel through your, I mean, that's all a secret society was in that day and age, was a private intelligence agency. And they did it through elite colleges because that's where the elite families are. And so that's how we got the CIA after World War II out of British intelligence, OSS, and Skull and Bones founded the CIA. And Americans and the Congress said, you want unlimited power to rob banks, do whatever you have to worldwide to fund your operations. You want all this incredible power. Smedley Butler had just come out, the former Marine Corps, 2-time Congressional Medal.
Was that really his name?
Smedley Butler.
That sounds like a name somebody makes up to make up an awful name. That's a terrible
from a
name.
Cartoon, yeah.
All right, go ahead, sorry.
But, well, no, I mean, Smedley Butler, he's the most highly decorated Marine in U.S. history. But Smedley Butler came out and said, look, there is basically a foreign intelligence operation taking over the U.S. They tried to hire me to overthrow the United States. And they said, we don't care, Smedley. We're setting it up. And they tried to hire him to be part of this. They wanted to just have a complete coup. But Smedley blew the whistle, so they just said, look, we'll just have a national security state. And so Congress said, okay, but you got to have a FOIA request where 20 years later, things have to be released. And you notice now, it's 40-plus years after Kennedy, and now they've backed it up to permanent. First thing Obama did when he got in is he just said, forget it. It's supposed to be declassified. It's unlimited classification now. And so they do, and more they're denying FOIA requests. I put in 3 or 4 times in the last 5 years for my FBI file, my NSA file. By federal law, I'm supposed to get it. And they don't even respond. So I had a lawyer send letters, and they said, look, it's national security. We're not telling you what we got on Jones.
On you. National security.
Yeah, they will not give me my files.
See, the Kennedy assassination is one, too. Like, I was very, very big on the conspiracy. I believed it very thoroughly. I went to Dealey Plaza. You know, I read a lot of the books on it. And then the more I would hear little things that would kind of go against conspiracies, which sounded like, ugh. And then I did a little bit more research, and I actually found a lot of the stuff that the conspiracy guys really sell just wasn't so. And it seems like they deny a lot of the things. Like, Bugliosi raised a good point in his book about how a fact that supports things just being the way we think they are is ignored by a lot of theorists. And an innuendo that appears to ruin the fact is taken as fact. And
let me tell you a story. The person that was that ran the funeral home, and he's a very wealthy guy. He owns a bunch of funeral homes all over the state of Texas now. He was a young man at the time. The FBI came in, put black ink on Oswald's hand, and then put the black ink on the gun. I interviewed him. He actually showed up at a radio event for 590 AM, a station I'm on. And it turned out to be him. It turned out to be the guy, famous guy. And he went further than ever. And he said, come to my house sometime this week, and I'll give you a full interview. And about 2 hours before I was there to interview him, he was riding with his wife in a wealthy area of Austin and got run off the road and has now been unable to talk to me because he got hurt so bad. I mean, you want to talk about hardcore. Number one, I'm a great shot with a rifle, born and raised in Texas. I've gone out in the field with that type of cruddy post-World War I rifle, and you can't hit the side of a barn with it. I mean, you can't barely even shoot it 3 times in 6 seconds, even though 1 round's already chambered. Much less aim the thing. And I mean, hundreds of witnesses saw plumes of smoke and men behind the knoll, and the railroad operator who was 50 yards away in the railroad tower, who they killed 2 days later when he went public. I mean, he saw the men shooting. He saw them in the green pickup truck. I mean, they were running around killing people left and right. I mean, my family's from Dallas. My family. It's just incredible. I had family who were cops in Dallas. I've interviewed Fort Worth Star-Telegram reporters who were friends with Ruby and drank at his topless bar.
Well, the guy. Let me say the shot. Now again, you say that it's an impossible shot to make, and I'd heard that there was, I think, a specialist. I don't want to say his name wrong. I think his name was Miller, who not only reenacted the.
Yeah, they have Discovery Channel puff pieces where
shooting.
all the facts are wrong and where the guns were and
No, but
on and on and on.
But I'm saying I've heard that shot had been reenacted by a guy who actually used the actual gun and actually improved a little bit on Oswald's time. And I've also heard.
Do you know what Fletcher Prouty said?
No, but he's the one. By the way, just so people know, he's the one that Mr. X. Donald Sutherland's character.
But, I mean, Fletcher Prouty wrote The Secret Team. It's on record. He was the head of Black Ops for the entire Pentagon as liaison to CIA. And it's on, I mean, they had Lawrence Livermore Laboratory, even the Dallas Morning News, who's been one of the biggest absconders with the truth on the JFK assassination, 2 years ago had to admit that the government itself, but a subcompartment, did bullet fragment tests and found it wasn't the same bullet. I mean, do you know what happens if you fire a full metal jacket bullet into water? It bends more than that did that shot through 2 people, 3 or 4 bones, and a car seat. I mean, do you know what happens to a hollow nose? A hollow nose comes out, a soft tip comes out better than when you shoot hard objects because it's able to bend quicker. If you shoot metal and bones with a full metal jacket, it shatters. Okay, it shatters. The bullets shatter. Guys, go out and buy a brisket or buy a big side of beef that's got a bone in it and go out with a 30-06 at 100 yards away and shoot through the meat and the bone with a full metal jacket round. And that full metal jacket round is going to look like hammered crap.
So why, let me ask you this. This is what doesn't make sense to me. Why go through all that? Like, they want to kill Kennedy. They want to use Oswald to do it.
They wanted to do it in plain view so that everybody that could think would know we're the mafia. We've taken over America. It's a black op.
Why?
We rule any politicians that get in our
Why
face.
not just kill Oswald? Why do you have him shoot J.D. Tippit? Why not just kill? Like, they can't be such geniuses and so capable of cover-up and yet make such glaringly easy-to-fix mistakes. Like, why allow Oswald to ever be taken in for questioning? Why not? I mean, again, if they could set all this up, you pen a phony suicide note and Oswald blows his brains out. That's a much simple. Why do you get Jack Ruby involved?
That's a good point. For most of the experts I've talked to in the history, he got nervous, just like Tim McVeigh got nervous of being set up. Lee Harvey Oswald got nervous and didn't go where he was supposed to go. And it also turns out that, you know, one of these other cops was a literal look-alike. I mean, it's now been declassified that, yes, he was at a U-2 spy base in Japan. Yes, he did have national security clearance. I mean, no one is allowed to defect to the Russians in the late 1950s, early 60s, and then come back to the United States. I mean, this guy had his address next to the FBI and the CIA in New Orleans. I mean, you've got, guys, listen, in any black op, in any big operation, they create an artificial fog of war. I'm surprised they didn't have a fat lady running around naked that day painting herself blue, you know, with a paint roller. But I mean, I'm surprised they didn't have airplanes fly over and, you know, throw ostriches out on top of the city. They always do confusing things to create confusion to where it gets so confusing that even good investigators can't ever figure out.
But why make such a, sorry to interrupt you, Alex, why make such a glaring, because I've heard, again, I can't argue the bullet, because I don't know enough about the physics of it, but I've heard it debated. I have heard it debated, and I found that what I've heard in the film JFK about the magic bullet theory wasn't correct. Now, why make such a glaring, easy-to-prove error? Like, it just doesn't make sense that these geniuses can be influential enough to set up the president, and they make that mistake.
Sure. Look, let's just move on from the JFK assassination because I'll keep talking about it if you want, but over 90% of Americans now in polls, it was just 80% a few years ago, believe that the government's lying about what happened with JFK. And I understand that it becomes popular to be contrarian. And I've been trying to make a JFK film for 5 years, and it does become such a big quagmire, a tar baby, where, you know, there's disinformation on both sides, there's lies on both sides. The issue is the preponderance of the evidence is JFK and Bobby and I've talked to JFK's secretary, by the way, were fearing for their lives. They had been death threatened.
Oh, sure. Of course. President, Attorney General, yeah.
At that time, especially, yeah.
Sure.
Well, I mean, it has been declassified that L.L. Lemnitzer, the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, came to Kennedy, and sadly, Bobby greenlighted it. That's been declassified. That's ABC News, Baltimore Sun. But JFK said no. They wanted to bomb D.C., bomb Miami, shoot cops in Miami. They wanted to attack U.S. military bases and claim that Cuban terrorists. They wanted to launch a fake war on terror. They even had in there it's called Operation Northwoods.
Yeah.
They even had in there ways to grab patsy Cubans who they'd put on trial and then execute.
Now, isn't this more of a not where we want to do this, we're going to do this, than a let us look at every option we can to get into Cuba and get rid of Castro? Obviously, it covers, these days, whenever you go into a war, you cover everything from a knife fight to nuclear weapons.
This was
and
not
everything
a scenario.
in between.
No.
It wasn't just some
this
idea.
Was not a scenario. This
bantered,
was not a scenario.
Ballied about
this
between
was not
each
a
other.
scenario. You can Google Operation. You can Google Operation Northwoods, National Security Archive. But let me just tell you, this was this was declassified in 2000. National Security Archive released in 2000, the actual Operation Northwoods. Then, 4 months ago, the State Department declassified its memorandums and minutes of meetings with Lemnitzer, with Bobby Kennedy, and with JFK. And the original communique and the original battle plan is a operational plan that had been green-lighted by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and they were asking for approval to invade. So this was a Bay of Pigs, Cuban Missile Crisis era plan. This is what they wanted to do. And Bobby said, well, actually, let's attack our embassy in Honduras instead of killing U.S. citizens. Bobby said, I don't mind killing a few people, but let's not have it be actual embassy staff in Honduras. And then let's say Cuba did that. It's too incredible to say that Fidel Castro would attack the U.S. And so they took that to Kennedy. And then he fired Lemnitzer, and he fired the Dulles brothers and the head of the CIA. And no, it's on record that this was an operational green light battle plan. And Kennedy had also given the order to recall our troops from Vietnam. He'd signed an executive order to begin abolishing the Federal Reserve.
But I don't think anybody's disagreeing that there was a lot of motives to have JFK killed. Honestly, you might be right about all that. I don't know. I'm not saying you're wrong. And I'm not saying there weren't a lot of motives to have any president killed.
But what I'm giving you is absolute admitted government fact. Gulf of Tonkin was staged. They did plan to stage terror attacks in the U.S. Even his brother agreed, but said do it in Latin America. And Kennedy said no. And they said, you think you're the president. Well, bang, you die. We're going to blow your head off in plain view. We're going to show everybody else in the establishment that the CIA can control the media, that we can kill a president in plain view and kill hundreds and hundreds of witnesses. And hundreds of people were killed that were witnesses to the fact. Hundreds were killed.
Do you hear how the thing I have, the issue I have with that is and then there's disinformation to me that the conspiracy guys buy, well, Oswald was a terrible shot. First of all, he was a sharpshooter. He was not a terrible shot.
That was a terrible rifle.
He was a terrible, but there's that myth that he was a terrible shot, and he was not a terrible shot. He classified as a sharpshooter and as a marksman before he left the military. And to think that they would use such a blundering...
That guy wasn't a communist. He's on record now. CIA.
No, the point I'm making is why would they use...
Guys, let's go back to
But Alex, why would they use a bad shot? I'm just very basic common sense things. They're going to pull this off.
You know what? This is a straw man argument. Listen. You know what a straw man argument is, right?
No, I don't. It's what makes me question.
For some of your audience who may not, let me just tell them. Okay, Alex Jones says the Caribbean is aquamarine blue at high noon. Alex Jones says that if you go down to Belize at high noon on an average day, that the beautiful waters are aquamarine blue, light blue, and that the sand is white. Now, somebody goes out on the internet and they say, no, in the Caribbean, the sand is purple and the water is black, and there are sea monsters swimming around in it. That's what Alex Jones said. Okay, listen, there are... what a conspiracy theory is with a dominant, controlled dinosaur corporate media What we're sold as a conspiracy theory as anything, any thought outside of the established received knowledge given to us by ABC, CBS, NBC, or Fox News. Okay, the dry, stale, teleprompter, dying media. Anything outside of that is called speculation, opinion, conspiracy theory. It's a way to put something in a box. It's a way to minimize people's ideas. It's a way to put a stereotype on it.
But I'm not doing that. But I'm not doing that.
But what I'm trying to finish saying, and you're being very kind, but let me just finish because it's key, is that I can't speak for the millions of kooks out there that call themselves conspiracy theorists, who make things up and then who discredit real discourse. But there are people who defend the establishment and still say that there were WMDs in Iraq and Bush didn't lie about it, when we have the government documents, White House and Downing Street memos, where they knew there weren't WMDs.
I think that's pretty well accepted these days.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not even saying you're wrong about that. What I'm talking about is the myths that are held by a lot of conspiracy theorists about Oswald's shooting ability and things like that. And you don't hear conspiracy theorists coming out and going, well, you know what, that's incorrect. He actually was a good shot. There were actually people on the 5th floor who heard the shell casings hitting from the floor above. Like, there's a lot of things that have happened, and then people hang on to the fact that, like, well, the House Select Committee on Assassinations said, yes, it was a conspiracy because of some audio thing that they heard. It's like you just don't hear the conspiracy theorists owning up to anything.
Well, in 1979, the congressional long investigation found that there was a 95% chance that it was a conspiracy and that other people were involved.
And I'll tell you, I think you're right about that. And I know that
Michael... No, I mean, I've got a copy of the report.
I'm saying I think you're right about that. I just don't have it in front of me. But the evidence was not based on medical evidence. It was not based on any type of physical evidence. It was based on acoustics.
I've interviewed Dallas Morning News reporters who talked to the surgeons at Parkland who said his brain was completely blown out. And then they gave us a fake brain and put it in a glass jar. And then when that became an investigation, it was robbed. It disappeared out of the National Archives. I mean, come on, guys. He was at a CIA spook base.
But hold on. But
I mean, the guy was at a total black ops base in Japan, was allowed to go into Russia to bring back a Russian wife. He was a deep cover national security operative.
So exactly. So if that's true, why use him? Why use a guy?
They always burn their military black op lower level people.
So they take a guy like that, they allow him to do it, and then they allow him to be picked up and questioned by the Dallas police?
Look, I don't know if he did it. You know, that's the problem. Listen, guys, I mean, let's just take 9/11 for a moment, okay?
Right.
He may have been one of the shooters. That's the whole issue, is that's how they do these black ops, to where you can prove that the official story is a lie, but because it's different intelligence agencies, and people say, well, was it the mafia? Almost all these TV shows say, some conspiracy theorists say it's the mafia. Some say the Pentagon. Others say it was rogue people in the South who were handing out flyers saying he was guilty of treason for civil rights. Others say it was the Israelis. Others say it was the Russians. Others say it was just McVeigh acting alone, or Oswald. And then when you actually go look at all the pieces, when you actually go do all the research, when you actually look at it, you find out that going back to World War II, that's what the OSS and then CIA would do. They use local mafia. They use local hitmen. And then they'll have another backup team on top of that. There'll be 3-4 groups of shooters, not even knowing the other groups are there. These guys are compartmentalized. You ever seen Mission Impossible? This message will self-destruct in 10 seconds? That is literally how this stuff works. It's all compartmentalization.
So these geniuses who can oversee all of this...
They're called spy masters, yes. They don't
leave
put a man on the
all
moon.
of these things to chance. They basically leave all of these things to the human factors are all going to go off without a hitch. And they make such glaringly bad decisions and such glaring errors that I can see, and believe me, I dropped out of high school, that you think anybody constructing a conspiracy of that level would have easily seen coming or nipped in the bud.
Okay, guys, please let me go over this with you. It was a conspiracy theory that our ships were attacked. Now it's admitted. It was a conspiracy theory that the government planned to stage terror attacks to blame it on Iran. Now that's been declassified. I mean, it's in the New Yorker magazine. Confirmed White House officials admitting that 3 years ago, Dick Cheney wanted to paint up U.S. ships like Iranian ships and blow up a U.S. destroyer. Okay, guys, when you begin to understand that, of course, they would use 2 different CIA teams and a mafia hit team, all men who had committed scores of murders and assassinations. I mean, let's take E. Howard Hunt. Okay, E. Howard Hunt, of course, everybody knows about the cover of Rolling Stone a few years ago, the deathbed confession of E. Howard Hunt. Well, guess what? We actually broke that first. And we've interviewed St. John Hunt. You should have him on. And we actually released on YouTube the video and the audio of E. Howard Hunt, who was actually arrested that day, photographed. It looks just like him as one of the tramps that people said they saw shooting and then ran to one of the rail cars. And the police were ordered then to release them. And E. Howard Hunt, who admittedly in World War II was a sniper in China, okay, he said in his deathbed confession to his son that, yes, LBJ and others, and that's as high as it went, wanted Kennedy dead, and that, yes, he wasn't pulling triggers there. He was running multiple hit teams, running mafia hit teams. He was running a European hit team, a Pentagon hit team, and that he was there for the, quote, big event. They had planned to kill him in Chicago the week before, but that was called off.
So
and
LBJ,
by the way, when E. Howard Hunt threatened to go public with this for hush money, whenever they were sending him to prison for Watergate, when his wife's plane was coming in with the money in Chicago, and I've interviewed the detectives and police involved, they blew her aircraft up coming in with everybody aboard just to get her.
So LBJ wants Kennedy dead. Okay, I would never say that wasn't true. So the way they stage it is a few cars in front of Lyndon B. Johnson and his wife and Connolly and his wife, and they do it in a way where there are so many possibilities of failure as opposed to just planting a bomb in his car and blowing it up.
No, because
like in
then
plain
they couldn't
view.
have a lone gunman.
Sure, they could have a lone bomber who
They
then
wanted it to be a public execution, so with anybody with a brain would know, hey, Black Ops runs this country. There's been a private corporate takeover of America, and if any of you politicians get out of line, we're going to kill you in broad daylight, and we've got the power. We've got the power to cover it up.
So to make
Listen, have you seen the footage?
Hold on, to make the
have
plan,
you seen the footage of the motorcade?
Hold on,
where
sure.
Where the Secret Service throws fits when they didn't take the route they ordered them to take, the safer route, when they ordered the bubble off the top, and when they told...
Well, that was Kennedy who ordered the bubble off the top.
Yes, but when others ordered them not to run alongside the cars.
I think that was Kennedy, too. I think Kennedy had a really weird... He didn't want to appear weak in the South, I believe. He didn't want to appear overly paranoid. I'm not saying there weren't terrible decisions made. But again, if you're going to assassinate him publicly, I don't say that that couldn't happen. You do it at the Dallas Trade Mart. Because, again, he's assassinated publicly. He was going to be there speaking a few minutes later, and there's nothing to chance. You have a guy open up on him in front of everybody. It's like all this crazy stuff they throw in that is so easy to disprove.
Hey, guys, you know that the Adam Gadon videos they put out of the American Al-Qaeda, you know they got caught uploading the Al-Qaeda logo in the Intel Center logo, and that Intel Center is admittedly run by 2 former heads of CIA and Pentagon PsyOps. I mean, they have a group run by known black ops that uploads fake videos. And then 3 weeks ago, the Washington Post, in the Spy Talk column, interviewed high-level CIA operatives who admitted that, yes, we put out a fake bin Laden video. Now, I already knew those were fake. They'd done
Right. So wait,
and the same thing is they're just going, you know, they have Geraldo up there. Yeah, the government is growing the opium. And then, Washington Post, we are, putting out fake videos.
So we're putting out fake. Okay, hold on. So former fake CIA guys are putting up the Adam Gadon video, and the other videos, bin Laden has been fake, and that's known.
Foundry logos.
So let me ask you, how does it work where somebody will call up? Because again, I understand if it was one news organization, that's one thing. But you have a lot of reporters involved, and now you have a lot of news outlets. So what happens? Does somebody go, look, we have this information, the bin Laden video was faked with voice tracking, and they go to who? The news editors who go, no.
All right, I want to be specific. I mean, this actually happened, so let me just go over what happened. Back in 2001, 2002, right after it happened, they had prestigious experts in voice print, in face print, and then also in linguist and in voice inflections in France, in Canada, in the U.S. It was in major newspapers, but it only came out here and there. It never became a big, national news story like the Lacey Peterson case or something. But it was there, hidden in plain view, that not only can they take real bin Laden audio and do a voice print and create a voice key that will open doors or start cars or, get you on your computer. I mean, they know voice print. That's why you can call up to your own phone and set up a program a decade ago and speak into the phone, and it does voice print analysis and lets you into your voicemail. Okay, well, the same system, they take a real bin Laden tape, and they run it into that, and then they take the new one, and it doesn't pass voice print. Then they had linguists. You can pull up the stories. I even forget what universities. It was all over the news. And they go, that's not even a guy from the Middle East. That's somebody who probably is Arabic, probably lived in the United States most of their lives. I mean, they can tell, just like an American. You're not a linguist, but you could say that guy sounds like he's from New Jersey, or that guy sounds like he's from Alabama, or a fine Southern gentleman sounds like they're from Georgia. I mean, people know that. Well, you take somebody who's a linguist that studies Arabic voices, Arabic dialects, and they're on record saying that's not him. But you could look at it. They didn't even get a good guy. And the CIA bragged about that famous video and said, yeah, it wasn't a fake computer video. And they did release some of those. I mean, it looked like Final Fantasy. It was that basic computer template. It looked like something like a Doom, the video game. They've got some of those too. They're just completely fake robot talking head because they're so lazy and think we're so dumb. But the particular one is just a fat bin Laden whose nose suddenly got even bigger, sitting around drinking with young boys. And
sounds like a lucky bin Laden to me.
Yeah. So that's how dumb. And so they know that the average media person kind of buys into the false reality. The average media person even if they decide to have an awakening, suddenly their buddies say, oh, well, you're a kook. And then maybe their editor lets them run the story, but then it doesn't become a big national news cycle, so it's a dead issue.
What bothers me about this stuff is like the amount of people you have to involve. There's hiding in plain sight, and then there's misinformation, but the amount of people you have to involve to make these things work, to me, is not created by these mass conspirators. It's created by conspiracy theorists who can't explain it any other way. Almost like, and I'm not going to obsess over JFK. I'm only mentioning that because that's probably the most famous of all conspiracy theories, is that in order to make their theory work, the Dallas Police Department has to be involved. There has to be a lot of people involved.
Are you kidding? You know how corrupt the Dallas Police Department is?
But there's no group of people that you can get. Ordinary American citizens.
The higher levels is a whore-running, narcotics trafficking murder crew.
Absolutely, but then they have to include the Warren Commission.
The Dallas Police Department is the head of the Dixie Mafia for the entire South of the United States.
But how do you keep so many of those people quiet?
So many quiet. Earl Warren. People said the Warren Commission.
What's the line from Scarface when the cop says, I got 20 killers with badges, and when they hit, it hurts?
Okay, that was a great line from Scarface, but that doesn't explain why the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court would run a fraudulent operation for 9 months.
Oh, really? Well, why did the other congressional study find that it was complete baloney? Justice Earl Warren? Give me a break.
What study do you mean? I'm not sure which one you mean. The other congressional study. Which one do you mean?
No, they had the commission, in 79?
The House Select Committee on Assassination did not find it was complete. The reason that what they said is
95% conspiracy.
And I'll tell you exactly why they said that. They said that because of an acoustic expert who heard something which very, very much sounds like a fourth shot. And I'm just telling you, that was what it was.
Hey, guys, can we just stop for just a minute? Because
hold on, let me finish if I could, Alex.
It's a big, important show. I understand,
I
want to talk to you.
Alex, hold on. It was a fourth shot acoustic for the House Select Committee on Assassination. And they said, by nature, if there's a fourth shot, there's a conspiracy. So I do believe you're 95% truthful thing. None of it came from physical or medical evidence.
Hey, listen, for the sake of argument, guys, let's do this. So he was CIA at secret bases and allowed to go to Russia and allowed to defect back when no one else would be and left alone. And so what? He had an office in between the CIA and FBI in New Orleans. And so what? When he was in Boy Scouts, he was recruited into a Pentagon program in South Texas. And let's just forget all that. Everything's fine. The government loves us. Let me just tell you about some things that are admitted, if I may.
I'm only talking about the acoustic evidence the House Select Committee on Assassination.
Let's just say, for the sake of argument, let's just say that he was a lone gunman and everything's fine, okay? All right, everything's
Long
fine.
gunman,
You're
yes.
right.
Everything
no.
fine now.
Listen, you're right. Let's just say, for me, the JFK thing is 100% inside job, and we have so much proof. It's a ridiculous
But honestly, Alex, I'm listening to what you're saying. I mean, and you make some good points and some very compelling points, but I haven't heard anything that contradicts other evidence that I think is strong evidence.
All right, well, let me just say this, because you have a large audience, and it's important for them to know that I have made 25 films, and they're all free. 25 films, and the important film they need to see to understand the financial collapse and how it's been done by design. I made this film over a year ago, and you'll now notice when you watch The Obama Deception on YouTube and Google for free, just Google The Obama Deception, that everything that we cover in the film literally has now happened. I mean, I lay out everything Obama's going to do because of who put him in power. I released the film a month and a half after he was in office. Okay, people need to go watch for free End Game Blueprint for Global Enslavement. End Game Blueprint for Global Enslavement. Because I will show you the elite. I will show you their own writings, their own statements. They openly state that they see us as garbage that has to be taken out, that there's too many of us, and some can argue that's true, but the point is we're all being targeted, and they are putting soft kill binary weapons in the food and water, and degenerative diseases are all off the charts, and the UN has been caught adding live polio to shots worldwide. They've been caught adding live cancer viruses to every major vaccine. I have all their admissions. I have CNN from yesterday admitting that there is silicon plastic in the chicken McNuggets. Okay,
that is a huge, bold statement that, like you say, you have documentation, yet I've never heard of any of this on any other.
I know. I just gave you the films for free. That Endgame Blueprint for Global Enslavement. Sir, earlier when I started the show, I mean, when you first had me on, I gave you John P. Holdren, Ecoscience, Population, Resources, Environment. You can search engine Ecoscience, and you'll find AP and Reuters admitting that, White House science czar under fire for statements about putting sterilants in water. Yes, sir. What I'm telling you is the truth. And what I'm telling you is I mean, look.
How do we know you're not a misinformation? Like, almost like you could very much be a disinformation guy who is throwing out crazy things to take the focus.
That's why you need to check
I'm not saying you are, but you understand what I mean?
Yeah, well, here's the deal. Here's the deal. Trust but verify. I'm begging people to just simply... In fact, Jaron, you're out there. I can't remember the exact headline. We're lining them up again. Top EPA scientists say fluoride deadly. Will you print me some mainstream articles on that or give me that press release? Here's the issue. I had them on in 2000. I had them on in 2005. Now they're sending more certified letters to the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency scientists, FDA scientists by the thousands, EPA and FDA, top toxicologists, you name it. I mean, PhDs, the vast majority, he just gave it to me, they have come out with press release after press release and with peer-reviewed papers saying we are the majority. The head of the FDA union in 2005 testified before Congress. You can search engine this. You can have them on your show. And they explain that sodium fluoride in 1 part per million precipitates into the bones and more than doubles bone cancer in boys. Some studies quadruples. Let me continue. Attacks every organ and is also reduces fertility. And here's one of the press releases. EPA scientists and workers call for an end to water fluoridation because of cancer risk. And it is 100% a Pulitzer Prize-winning author.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. That is fact that people can check on. Here's fact that is absolutely known because we live it on a daily basis. Why then is the life expectancy higher than it's been in any other time in history and keeps getting higher and higher?
That's where I was going next.
All right.
Okay. Let me answer it.
Mm-hmm.
I can answer your question in about 5 minutes. Where is the closest old cemetery in your area?
I don't know, but I could find it.
Yeah.
In front of Modell's.
Okay, well, my family's been in Texas since 1829. We got Mexican land grants. And so the Joneses, the Johnsons, and the Browns all lived in the same area, and they intermarried. And I can go to family cemeteries in Teague, Texas, in Fairfield, Texas, in Buffalo, Texas, that have graves from 1829, 1830. And you go there, and up to half of them are, little Missy Jones, died at 6 months. We love her. Around half of them are kids under the age of 10, most of them just a few months old. And if you go to a cemetery with people from the 30s, 40s, and 50s, you will find that around 20%, again, that's a rough estimation, but a larger percentage of them are children. And so the issue is when you average out, yes, and there's been major studies on this, and in fact, I've had people that do actuaries from insurance companies, on to talk about this. When you average out the life expectancy and take out the infant mortality rate, because infant mortality is way down in the entire Western world. A lot of women died in childbirth. The cemeteries are full of them, 15 years old, 20 years old. Women used to get married when they were 13.
Yeah,
and
good old days.
Yeah, well, the point is that you go in there and there's a lot of 15, 20-year-old women. A lot of them would die the first time they had a kid, and the rest are dead kids. And so women aren't dying in childbirth like they did. Now, you take those out. The average person, depending on the year, you can look at the actuaries online. There's been major Harvard studies on this. If you made it past the time you were about 15, the average person lived to be above 80. So now the average male, 74 years? The average woman, about 76. In Russia, it's dropped from the 70s down into the mid-50s. And now for the first time, our infant mortality is going back up and population is going down. Now they have more high-tech sciences. So they pump the poisons into you and the soft-kill degenerative weapons that take time and so no one notices it until decades later. And then they use high-tech science and expensive drugs, now that you're a retiree, to suck all the money out of you in the process of slowly killing you.
But you can't use Harvard as a legitimate source of study like this and then beforehand say that they're basically part of the machine.
No, I was talking about specifically at the key fraternities of the rich blue bloods, at Harvard, at Yale, at Princeton, specifically being infiltrated, and Skull and Bones being founded by British intelligence. And
but
that's
why do studies, though, that absolutely... Again,
here's the deal.
why do studies that would absolutely disprove
I can go to a cemetery and it's full of dead kids.
Well,
you average them out, I'm right.
I'm not saying there's not a lot of dead kids in cemeteries, but again, why even allow that study to be done? There's such simple things that could stop this stuff from coming out. Why allow the institution to do a study that basically
in 1961, in his farewell address, Eisenhower said, watch out for the military-industrial complex. Over 90% of funding in universities and studies is now government. And more, they are trying to adulterate studies. And you do have to watch them. Look, all I know is this. My taxes are going way up, and I can watch congressional hearings, whether it's Bush people or Obama people, and they say, where's the $500 billion? Where's the $800 billion? Where's the $2 trillion? And the head of the Fed, the head of the New York Fed, the head of the Treasury, all former Goldman Sachs people paying themselves bailout money, sit there and say, I'm not going to tell you where the $2 trillion went. Sit down and shut up. Now, I know something's wrong with that picture, and I'll expand on that. I watched Henry Paulson with Congressman Stern. This is in my film, The Obama Deception. And Congressman Stern said, from Florida, said, well, you know what? We know where $218 million went. It went to you. How did you, as the former head of Goldman Sachs, holding hundreds of millions in Goldman stock, how did you get a $218 million payment of bailout money you gave AIG that you knew was going to pay out to Goldman Sachs? And he said, I got a waiver. And Congressman Stern said, who gave you that waiver? And he said, I'll tell you who gave me that waiver. I did. Now, let me tell you, that isn't a conspiracy. That's out in the open, raping me and my family and raising all these taxes and getting rid of middle-class tax cuts. California raised a bunch of taxes. Bloomberg reports 46 states are about to go bankrupt. I have the government and banking documents where they plan to bankrupt states. They create the welfare system, things go bankrupt, the banks come in and loan us fiat money and take over our society. And California knew 2 years ago.
Wait, what documents that says that they plan to bankrupt states?
In 2002, I'll just give you one of the big ones that the BBC got, Greg Palast. They got IMF World Bank documents that are international front consortiums for the private central banks. Their U.S. consortium front holding company is the Federal Reserve. And in those thousands of pages of documents, it's called, in fact, one headline, it became world news, was IMF World Bank documents what was that headline? IMF World Bank documents. It'll pop in my head in just a second. IMF World Bank document story goes viral, I think was one of my headlines, and then it links over to the BBC. But the point is that in there, it's the 100-point plan, how they go in, how they buy off politicians, and they take decades to do this, how they get the politicians to take big loans from them. Then when they don't pay those loans back and they tell them not to, then they lose their credit rating. Then the loans go up even bigger. And take Nigeria, $1 billion loan, 50+ billion paid back. They still own another $50 billion on $1 billion. So they pay $100 billion plus bucks and never pay back the $1 billion.
Yeah, but they're giving me $10 million. They sent me an email saying that a doctor died and I get $10 million from Nigeria.
I got the same email. They're giving it back one citizen at a time.
Let me just tell you something, guys. Look, I please don't believe me. Please, go look it up for yourself. Research soft kill weapons. Research neo-eugenics. Research sterilants in vaccines. Just search the term UN caught adding sterilant to vaccines. You'll get mainstream news. Please search. I mean,
all right, I do. You know, instead of individual circumstances and events and things like that, let me just ask you a blanket question. Is there anything, any large events, aside from just signing a little shit bill or something like that, that the government does that you actually believe happened the way it happens? Do you believe in the moon landing? Do you believe in that the Watergate conspiracy, which was a conspiracy, was actually played out the way it was?
I actually know exactly what happened with both those cases.
All right.
Deep research. Well, first let me briefly just put it this way. Most of what happens is real and is the way we were told, but then they'll spin it. They're like, oh, police are taking blood at warrantless checkpoints under federal grants in Texas. Isn't it good? And I take that article and I go, no, this is total thuggery, the end of the Fourth Amendment. Can you imagine in Nazi Germany if they were taking blood at checkpoints? I mean, what have we turned into? So most of the time, it's just out in the open what they're doing.
I could imagine.
Wait, okay. Taking the blood? Oh, I'm not sure what you mean. I'm sorry, buddy. Taking the blood? What do you mean?
Okay, well, I mean, now under federal grants all over the country, they're setting up random checkpoints, and police are now taking blood. And I found out about this 6 years ago and got the government documents by searching. Anything you can imagine the government's doing.
Where are they taking? I've never heard of it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I've never heard of it. Where do they take blood?
Let me tell you. Not only was I telling people about them taking blood at warrantless checkpoints before it was news, because I got reports of it, now it's mainstream news in Texas, New York, California.
Wait, like there'd be a Dewey checkpoint type of checkpoint?
You pull up at a checkpoint.
Right.
And they got an RV, and the cops take your blood.
I have never heard of that.
Never heard of that.
Let me expand on that. 15 years ago, a nurse in San Antonio at a Pentagon database who works for University of Texas sent me secret documents saying that all babies since 1972 in a worldwide program under the UN have their blood taken, and it's stored in the U.S. and Pentagon and university databases for bioweapons. And guess what? I talked about it for 15 years, and now it's CNN, AP saying, yeah, we got your baby's blood. It was taken secretly, and yeah, the Pentagon's got it, and yeah, CBS News, the government says they now own your DNA, and your DNA, and they've got computer systems that can track your entire genome in 2 minutes individually. But briefly.
So why aren't they using that? Like they're going through all this stuff to take blood from criminals. Like, you know, for rape cases and DNA stuff where and in times frees people.
That's the public operation. They're getting you used to it now being harvested like in England at a traffic stop. We haven't gotten to that phase yet except for the, quote, DWI blood points, but that's actually 4 databases. They've been covertly doing it. Okay, Australia 6 years ago went into an earlier phase than us. And they went ahead and announced, guess what? We took everybody's blood at birth, part of a UN program, and now we're going to use it to solve old murders.
So what group decided to do this? Is what I mean. Like, was Australia's doing it? The U.S. No one has heard. No one, in my experience, has heard of that.
We have a global government.
So they all get together, and none of them have just the blabbermouth syndrome. None of them they're all these perfect working humans who don't make mistakes. They don't make judgment errors.
The nurse gave me this 15 years ago, and I I covered it and got death threats over it. And
why not just kill you? Why give you death threats? I mean, it doesn't make sense. Why would they
Because
just...
if they kill me, it makes me a martyr, and it underlines and highlights and puts an exclamation point behind what I said. But
they made JFK a martyr. Apparently, if they did JFK a martyr, Malcolm X, they made a martyr.
Because he actually had power and was threatening him.
Well, so are you if you're giving out, Alex, honestly,
I am getting to
if
that
you're
point,
giving out real
information. Let me tell you about the moon landing, and what was the other one?
Yeah, I want to hear about the moon landing.
Me too.
Yeah.
But it was moon landing, and what was the other one?
Watergate.
Okay. Moon landing. Mm-hmm. I actually have done deep research on this, and because I've been researching this stuff for 20 years, on air for 15, and I went out, and I would never give people my opinion until about the last 2 years. And that's because a lot of these guys are old and have heart trouble. And Raymond Teague, who on record was part of the frontline Apollo missions and also assigned to RCA and ran the moon cameras and the Skylab cameras. Raymond Teague, engineer. He's a electrical engineer. Before that, he was in Air Force intelligence. And he's had like 8 heart attacks. He's got a whole bunch of stents. And he came to my office, and I've been friends with him for years. He's one of my dad's patients, dental patients. And he said, look, I may die anytime. He's still alive. This is actually 2 years ago. But he said, I almost died last week. And he said, I'm going to go ahead and tell you. And then by the time I got him on air, he wouldn't say it all. But I've said it all for my safety. And he was shaking. When these guys break national security parameters, they start shaking. And it's just amazing.
But, Alex, why on your show? Not to disrespect you, but why?
I want to know.
Why on your show?
Go.
Now, Raymond Teague, and you can see him in photos. In fact, I showed this on my TV show / radio show. You can just Google Alex Jones, Raymond Teague, and photos of him on the front line. He wasn't the second or third backup unit because they had whole ground crews. He was on the front crew for Apollo and Skylab running the moon cameras. He said, we went to the moon. And this is intel I'd gotten from others from years ago who'd been researching it, and then I got other direct sources when I went public with this, when he went public. He said, we went to the moon. He said, but the Van Allen radiation belt was frying all the film, and they needed for PR and for public relations information, they needed to show people some cool colored photos. There were basically other spacecraft on the moon. We have more advanced spacecraft, a more advanced technological system than what the public's told, and that's basically all he would say. And he said, look, we were on the moon. I was running the RCA cameras, and there's a lot more going on that you don't know about. And he said it's all highly compartmentalized. And he said he wasn't even sure about this at the time, but other NASA people told him this. So this is the guy running cameras on the moon. Okay, Raymond Teague ran the cameras on the moon for RCA, period. Okay, yes, we went to the moon.
All right, went to the moon, but the pictures aren't all real?
Those big, lavish, beautiful color photos with, with the distance hash marks that are behind rocks or behind things and flags that are waving.
Well, they've plenty of explanations about those, but we won't even go into
Well, I'm just telling you.
I know.
That was, listen, you cannot, even in the little thin lead shielding cases they had, go through the Van Allen radiation belt. I mean, you know what happens whenever they, in Skylab or the International Space Station, when a solar storm comes up, when there's a electromagnetic release in one of those Coriolis flares, they have to get behind the water tanks.
Yeah, they turn the...
And it's still very dangerous, and it shows it's really hurting the astronauts. Just like airline pilots have a lot of health problems because they're at 35,000 feet, 33,000 feet, and there's about 10 feet of water if you condensed it down between... ground level, sea level, and 30,000 feet. And so much of the shielding that is there from the water that's in the atmosphere isn't there at 30,000 feet and above. And so it's also frying the airline pilots.
How are Buzz Aldrin, Michael Collins, and Neil Armstrong still alive then if it was a very bad dose of radiation?
Well, I mean, they're very good genetic specimens. They did swing around, and they did time their moon shots 4 times when the sun was not very active. I mean, we didn't have any Coriolis storms in the last 3 years, and suddenly they're back with a vengeance. I mean, there haven't been any sunspots, and that's a Coriolis flare ejection in 3 years. I mean,
now, how are there pictures now from the shuttle and the space station?
They're digital. They're on hard drives. They're on digital chips. They're not film. They're not 35 and 70 millimeter.
Okay.
I mean, look, I'm telling you what Raymond Teague at NASA said.
Okay.
What about Watergate, you said, Ant?
Yeah,
okay, Watergate was a setup. Nixon had been used, but he was acting as the president. He'd made deals with China. He'd gone along basically with everything the globalists wanted, but he was doing a few things they didn't like, and they wanted to move their agenda on, so they wanted to damage the office of the presidency. They'd already they'd already physically assassinated JFK. Now they wanted to politically assassinate and weaken the image of the presidency to further the power of the bureaucracy and the strong men that are around the president. That's why they only get people who are compromised, like George W. Bush or Barack Obama now, who have all these skeletons in their closet. And so that's why he was set up from within, and the plumbers were basically set up from within. That's the word I've gotten from a lot of good sources and what the evidence shows. We know there's deep throat inside the White House.
Yeah, well, that was...
It was Alexander Haig and a composite of Alexander Haig and, of course, Herr Kissinger.
But Herr Kissinger. But you think Nixon was, or what you're saying is Nixon was just kind of a setup there? He was he wasn't as involved as they said in the end? No,
Nixon, it's on the tapes. I mean, Nixon was in there, and that, talk about digging a hole for your enemies and you fall into it. Or setting a trap for your enemies and you get caught by it. He was recording everybody, and there he is on the tapes going, Bohemian Grove, north of San Francisco, most goddamn faggy thing you've ever seen. They're in there, orgies. I mean, the rituals. And, of course, Helmut Schmidt, German Chancellor, wrote about that as well. Oh, I love the satanic rituals we do in Germany, but I love the ones at the Grove. I enjoy it.
What was the reason? What was the reason for getting Nixon out?
It was about damaging. They were done with him. It was about a sacrifice.
But he had what? He had what? 2 years left?
It was about damaging the image of the presidency.
Oh, okay.
It was about lowering morale.
For what purpose?
To demoralize people. They'd had problems with presidents trying to be presidents. And so it's about making them be these, kept creatures. I mean, let's go back 3,000 years ago to the Qin, what China is named after today. And they would come to the elites, the king and the queen. These would be the grandchildren. These would be the grandchildren. Well, to understand what's happening currently, you got to understand the past. The grandchildren of the war chief who'd unified China, who'd actually been tough and intelligent. The grandchildren were little spoiled brats. And so the king's court, the wise men would come and say, Emperor, you need to grow your fingernails out to about 2 feet long. You're too godlike to feed yourself, and we must have a groom with a stool. Of course, the British royals have their butts wiped as well. And so it's all about controlling them. And, we must bind your feet. You must be carried. You're not allowed to touch the ground. And actually what it does is it makes them these kept creatures who are controlled by the power behind the throne. And so this was a similar 20th century or 21st century model of what the Aztecs did to their ruling elite to turn them into kept creatures, and what the British did. I mean, you know about groom of the stool, right? I mean, the Queen of England has her butt wiped, right?
I didn't know that still went on. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, they officially got rid of it about 90 years ago. But no, they still have a toilet attendant. It's normally a high-level government official.
Oh, see that?
And of course, George W. had a groom of the stool, where they have a special toilet and then they examine his feces.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, that's just something for your show. I know that's something you're listening to.
Now, is that, I've heard that. Is that to see?
No, that's Associated Press. I mean, no.
No. I mean, I've heard that. Is the purpose of that?
Droppings have always been examined.
Is the purpose of that to see if he's sick or to see food allergies or any of that stuff, to see where his health is?
Yes, and his crap is also national security. I mean, for the last 50 years, they've had a special toilet, but they just admitted it under Bush to humiliate him further. But yes, they claim that foreign governments might get in the sewers to get his poop to find out what he is, what drugs he's using. He was a well-known drug addict.
Hey, Alex, to bring it to current times here, the oil spill. Is there any conspiracy there that's starting to...
The entire thing is 100% a staged event from pillar to post. I could give you the breakdown of that if you'd like.
Give us some basic.
This is keeping Obama kept, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, this is how they're grooming his stool.
What do you got on the oil spill? Just the basic facts.
Well, Hey, you guys, if you get powerful enough, maybe you can have a groom with a stool, huh?
Yeah.
Love that.
I've paid to be one.
That's true.
You'd like to groom the Queen Elizabeth?
No, not after 1958 when she started to get a little fucking long in the tooth.
Well,
when she was young and fixing automobiles, I would have eaten her ass, sure.
I mean, you notice that.
Yes, Alex.
Hey, you notice that she is Queen Elizabeth II.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Number 2.
See, one of them Roman as the Romans, huh? Talk about some poop with you guys.
All right, listen, Alex.
This will be a YouTube classic. No, seriously.
The oil spill. Let's go.
All right, let me get out of this mode for a moment and get serious. Hold on 1 second. In fact, you guys talk for a second. Let me actually pull up those files in my mind. Go on.
Oh, is that what he has to do?
No, he's Googling something.
File. He's Googling something.
He's Googling something.
Okay, here we go. Would you like me to go over the information?
Yes, please, Alex.
Okay, let's set the stage here with what's happening with the oil spill.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go back to the week before. The CEO of British Petroleum, he'd just been replaced. The former chairman and CEO had been the chairman of Goldman Sachs, simultaneously the most powerful shareholder in the worldwide private central bank cartel. Always at the scene. Speak of the devil, he shall appear. The CEO of Goldman Sachs, they dumped 44% the week before the oil spill. You have the CEO of BP separately dumping over a third of his. This is all mainstream news. You have Vanguard that holds the majority of Barack Obama's millions in mutual fund money. That was fully dumped the week before. Fully dumped. Talk about insider trading. And they weren't dumping specifically. Other big central banks are on record now dumping their stock, not of other oil companies, but of BP specifically.
Again, isn't this very obvious?
Yeah. It goes back to that obvious question. Why not do it way before the actual
Because they
event?
don't care. Their religion is about doing it right out in front of you. But that's how they acclimate your subconscious mind. They know your subconscious mind is thousands of times more powerful than your conscious mind. In your subconscious right now, you know the truth. In your gut, you know the truth. You know things aren't right in the world. You know you're being lied to. You know things are getting worse. So yes, but as long as your subconscious can be told something and in plain view, it feels comfortable as if it's in power. And so there isn't anxiety in knowing. That's probably why they let me do what I do. They think little of you. I think more of you. And they think this is just going to acclimate you and is known as revelation of the method. But let me continue to run through this.
Why make trouble for themselves by allowing you to do it? There's so easy ways to stop you from saying what you say. Again, freedom of information. All these little things they could do to make their lives astronomically easier. I'm sorry.
Let me answer that briefly and then get back into try not to be long-winded because I am long-winded, and just give you the basic on the Goldman Sachs coup in the Gulf.
Okay.
But this is the issue. I've studied it. 50 years ago, 40 years ago, 30 years ago, they would kill you deader than a hammer. People wrote books about this stuff. They would get beaten to death on their way to the grocery store in a small town. They'd get run over. They'd be killed. They'd die of a 12-hour cancer. And it's now been declassified that they did have cancer weapons programs. But side issue. Now, now there's so many people out here speaking out that they found that when they smash us flatter than a pancake and when they kill us, it only hurts them more. Now, they are starting to prosecute whistleblowers. They didn't do that in the past. Pentagon whistleblower releases video of troops killing kids and laughing in Baghdad. They're charging that guy with felonies, and they're trying to hunt down. Even MSNBC reported that there were kill orders for the guy that released the Pentagon Papers, Daniel Ellsberg, and that there may be kill orders for the head of WikiLeaks. So if you're releasing original bombshell, prima facie bullet points that will hurt them, they tend to kill your ass deader than a hammer if you don't release it first. Once you release it, you're safe. So that's why they haven't killed me. They have tried to buy me off and things like that. Now,
they've tried to buy you off?
Absolutely.
Who's tried to buy you off?
Well, I do wear a journalist hat, and when a company or a group comes to me and says, this is off record, and I've even signed a non-disclosure in one case, I mean, when somebody comes to you and says, we're going to give you this proposal, and you give us your word, it won't, be on the record. But I mean, I've had major radio networks in the past and others come to me and say, one more than 10 years ago, and they offered me 15 times what I was making, and then.
So why wouldn't you reveal who they were? If you're revealing government stuff, that could be. Why not expose these people who are part of it?
Because I have honor.
That's not honor, though. You're helping them.
I don't mess with people's families. I don't call for people to mess with politicians or globalist families because I don't want my families messed with. It's the rules of war.
But Alex,
if somebody comes to you and offers you a deal and says it's off record, and unless it's criminal, it's off record. And
so you would honor these people who are helping to perpetuate and to keep these things going that you're fighting against?
You know what? A radio vice president or a radio president, and these things have all changed hands. It's different people today. Is like, oh, yeah, there's a world government, but it's for the good of everything, Alex. And, we've got to lower the standard of living here to help the third world. And, I mean, I've heard the speech repeatedly.
So somebody came to you with that.
You're a smart guy. The general public will tear you apart. You belong with the elite. You're a smart guy. No more black helicopters. No more Federal Reserve. You'll replace Rush Limbaugh, and we'll develop a TV show. I was offered basically to be Glenn Beck before Glenn Beck was even on the radar.
So why wouldn't you take that job and then use their own duplicitousness against them?
I'm honorable. They've been given intelligence files on me.
So that's honorable?
Hold on. They know I'm for real. They know I'm not going to sell out, boys. They know I'm not going to go on there and sell out. I'm not going to change what I say. I can't control what I say.
So wait, they offered you these big gigs and all of this money, and on your honor, you're not revealing who they are, and you didn't take it to use that platform because you're making films for free, which to me means that you do care.
They told me. They said, you will have editorial control. You will have a couple of producers, and we will bring you what you're going to cover, and you're not going to cover. I mean, this happened repeatedly. It was like a script. No more black helicopters. No more Federal Reserve. No more. And this happened 3 different times. One time it was a little radio guy, a national consultant. Then it was a vice president. Then it was even higher level. I mean, come on, guys.
So you fight against.
Here's the deal.
Hold on, Alex. You fight against declassifying stuff.
Here's the deal.
You fight against declassifying stuff, and yet you're helping classify stuff.
I'm getting it all my way. I'm doing it my way, and I'm getting it all.
But why not then help bring them down? Here's how you make yourself bigger, is you bring them down through their own. If they come to you with these type of deals, and they come to you by offering.
Why would I bring down some radio guy who knows the truth?
Because he is a part of what you're fighting.
No, he's not. He's
sure
Let me tell you something.
Why would he be privy to the information?
I talk to radio executives now. And I mean people that are good friends with Rush Limbaugh and Glenn Beck and people like that. I talk to radio execs now who know I'm a good guy and I don't burn people, and they tell me, let me tell you the truth, these guys have all got bodyguards and know the New World Order's real, and we thought you were a kook 10 years ago, and we're scared, and a lot of people want to leave the country.
So they came to a known kook,
CEOs aren't bad people. These radio CEOs aren't bad people.
Alex, they came to a known kook. They came to a guy like you, and they just trusted you, and they said, look, we're going to tell you what we're telling you. We're going to put our careers and our jobs on the line by offering you this gigantic salary. Instead of just leaving you...
Hey, guys, I'm on the cover of Radio Inc. I didn't get back with talkers to be on the cover last week because I was too busy. I mean, they recognize talent. You think I'm making this stuff up?
I'm not saying you're not talented.
Hold on. You think I'm making this stuff up?
I think you're making up the part about them offering you a lot of money.
Movies, guys. My websites combined are starting to approach the Drudge Report. I mean, they recognize talent. They came and they said, listen, kid, you got talent. And they said, you want to be on a crusade and basically go nowhere or not be sure of going somewhere, or do you want to go to the big time right now, kid?
I would believe that they offered you a job and said, look, we would like you to change your format. We like you, but not what you talk about. That I would believe. But you're saying you signed confidentiality clauses as far as them believing in the New World Order. You're implying that it's something like the New World Order, and they're somehow a part of it. They're going, hey, come with us.
I was repeatedly given speeches that, because these guys don't want you to think they're dumb. They're like, yeah, there is global government, but it's...
So do you think that they were a part of it and believed it, or were just appeasing you to try to get you? You're saying 2 different things.
That could have been it.
Okay, well, that's kind of different than what you were saying. That's all I'm pointing
I'm telling you. Well, I mean, look. It sucks you in slow.
But the devil doesn't come and just tell you everything that is evil and then hold you to your honor to not tell everybody else.
Hollywood people. I know a lot of Hollywood people. I've never really reached out to them. They've all reached out to me. And I have been with some of the most powerful people in Hollywood. I mean, some of them you wouldn't believe. I mean, I'm talking about...
Colin Quinn?
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about the biggest lawyers in Hollywood. I'm talking about some of the biggest producers. I'm talking about people that have made billions of dollars. I'm talking about above Brad Pitt level, okay? I'm talking about the highest levels.
We get it.
They all know this stuff's real, okay?
All right,
but again,
they all know, and they're scared, and they want to break the order. You know what? I woke up Bruce Willis. I can talk about that because Rick Linklater's talked about it. Okay,
Jimmy did a movie with him.
Yeah.
Well, the point is, Bruce Willis, was basically a right-wing neocon until he saw my films when he was here making a movie in Austin 3 years ago. And I wasn't even going to talk about it. And then Rick Linklater came on my show and said, yeah, I woke up Bruce Willis with your videos. He said now he understands the New World Order and how both parties are controlled. And then Bruce Willis, a few months later, gave a Vanity Fair interview. And he said, yes, I no longer am basically the way I was. The same people that killed Kennedy are the ones running America today. It's a world government.
Then I'd love to sit and have a debate with Bruce Willis. I don't say that you haven't turned people that don't believe you or you're not a smart guy, but I do find it difficult to believe.
Bruce Willis. I'm talking about the people that
I do find it difficult to believe that they would come and just offer you.
I'm talking about people that run entire studios. Know their water's being
Why do they
poisoned.
trust you enough, Alex, to tell you this stuff when what you do is talk about this stuff for a living?
Because it's known that I don't. Then somebody says this is incompetence. It's incompetence.
But no, you're a man of honor, and people respect that. So why would they betray themselves and put everything they have on the line to talk to, let's be honest, a known blabbermouth?
Well, you know what? I am somewhat of a blabbermouth on the radio, but in person, it's more electric. I mean,
so you're saying that if somebody gives you these facts, which in a way
I don't know why
proves them,
people tell me things. When you sit out on a veranda overlooking the Hollywood Hills, talking to somebody, and you get real with them and look them right in the eye and say, this is going to destroy your grandchildren. This program's real. You understand the true power structure.
If you're respecting
and you understand that you are selling out humanity, these people say, yes, I know. What are we supposed to do?
So you should be exposing those people then. You're exposing other people. You can't expose people, but not expose people who are just nice to you in person.
In a diplomat format, it's not like I'm out running around doing this. In the last decade, I mean, this might have happened to me 10, 12, 13 times.
All right, well, that's a lot. That's a lot of names.
It's not like I'm wallowing around in these. I mean, I could go out there and try to ingratiate myself more, but I haven't even attempted that.
Alex, that's a lot of names. 13 people. You said big radio heads had come to you and offered to pay you 10 times what you were making.
Just a number. 10, 15 times have I ended up in super high-powered meetings and events and seeing things.
So you're saying that people who knew there was a New World Order, not just believed it and were being
hey, what do you think it's like if I'm right, being near the top and knowing how evil this plan is?
I think that none of them who really believed that or thought that would come to you and admit that they knew or thought that and expect you to not talk about it.
Okay, one time, here's an example. One time, probably 11 years ago, I was up at the Texas Capitol, and I was walking out of a bathroom, and up walked one of the heads, I'll just leave it at that, of the government of Texas. And he stuck a card in my hand. He said, you ought to come by for a meeting sometime. And he goes, listen, everything you're saying is true, but the public's a bunch of idiots, and they don't want freedom. You'll come by my office sometime. And I ended up losing the card, never coming by his office because I'm busy. The point is, these guys...
Wait, hold on. You were too busy to go by a man in that powerful positions? Like, you interview a guy who ran the film for the moon, and I know you do a lot of compelling interviews. Why would you blow that off, or why would you protect his name when this is a guy you could put a face to the theory?
No, because I could tell by what he said in that 2-minute conversation was they wanted to, basically offer me something or try to. It's all about influence, all about networking.
So you wouldn't go and just try to somehow engage that man and learn what you could?
I'm saying all the stories I just told you are stuff that fell in my lap.
Right, so why not? Why do extra Googling?
I'm doing 2 interviews today. I got a 4-hour radio show coming up in an hour and a half. I'm working on a film on bioweapons and chemical weapons and the food and water supply that's scaring the hell out of me. I mean, I've got all just...
a very powerful guy in the Texas government came to you admitting that you're right, but you were too busy...
No, he didn't really, he said, you're right about all this, but your perspective's wrong. It's always the same with these guys. It's yes, there's an elite. Yes, it's corrupt. Yes, it's out of control. But you don't understand the people don't want freedom. And if they had the power, they'd be just as bad.
All right. I think we got to wrap up. We have 15 minutes of show left before the computer shuts off.
Well, the oil spill thing, though.
Oh.
Because that's a current
thing. Do you want to hear the oil spill?
Well, you got to make it fast because we really got to get out.
We run out of show.
So everyone, hold on. Where we were at, everyone dumped their stock a week before the big event.
Yes, I mean, Obama dumped his stock, the head of BP, the head of Goldman Sachs, which is one of the main owners of British Petroleum, they all dump it. And then I started getting this report. We're 70-something days into it, but within a week, there were news reports, because people would talk to folks in the oil drilling community in Mississippi and Louisiana. And then about a month ago, they had the Coast Guard hearings with the survivors. And the survivors said, look, 2 months before, they gave us orders to drill this super deep well at 18,000 feet that had never been done before, and we told them it was going to blow up. This is in Atlantic Monthly, by the way, the minutes of this, and a bunch of other publications. The Atlantic Monthly headline was, "Are you effing happy? I told you the rig was going to effing blow." In fact, will you print me that, because that's the sub-headline. And so the Anadarko and Halliburton engineers said it's going to blow up. You can't dump seawater into this before we've capped it with cement and mud. It's coming in with incredible pressure, and they gave them orders to do something they knew would blow up, and then it indeed did blow up. And then we expand, why would British Petroleum do this? Well, the globalists have to sacrifice even a pawn or a rook in a gambit to win this game. I mean, this is chess. And this is an important sacrifice. They can just change the name of the company, as BP's done over and over again. And BP is the top funder after Goldman Sachs and Harvard of Obama, the number 3 contributor. They are the top funder of billboards, radio ads, global carbon tax garbage. They bullied the rest of the oil industry into it. They've made their deals through government cartels. They get 80% of the oil under federal law that comes out of Alaska with those pipelines. They send it to Asia. They're top globalists. Their entire carbon tax failed when the ClimateGate emails came out, and when the text of the new global treaty came out that oil taxes, gas taxes at the wellhead, at the pump head, in your home, on natural gas would all be paid to Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan Chase, and others on record in this new global consortium, a new global government with a global constitution run by private banks issuing their own cashless SDR. That's mainstream news. Herman von Rompuy, head of the EU. Gordon Brown, former head of the Britain, talking about it. Ban Ki-moon, head of the UN. Now, this is the plan. Open world government run by the banks, the Ponzi scheme operators. I mean, Madoff founded the NASDAQ. I mean, this is a $600 trillion conservative. Even the Washington Post admitted that 2 days ago. $600 trillion derivative. So they've got to have this new global tax, this new global energy tax that they can then sell derivatives on, so they get tax money. Then they also monetize the carbon credits. They own hundreds of billions of dollars in carbon credits. BP owns over $50 billion conservatively. Leveraged through fractional reserve banking, it's 5 times that. Sometimes they go all the way up to 10 times, depending on how they leverage, but they don't tend to leverage over 5 times with derivatives on cap and trade credits. Obama, Al Gore, they all totally invested in it. Chicago Mercantile, New York Stock Exchange, all of this is going on. So they've got to have. So the day it happened, I said, if it's staged, this is before I knew they gave orders to blow the well that they knew would cause it. This is before I understood all that. I said, if Obama comes out and says, I want the carbon tax to fix this and to pay for this on all Americans, we know this is a staged event. And sure enough, he comes out and says the answer to it is that. Then on top of it, for 70-plus days, what are we, almost into day 80 right now? I mean, day 79?
71.
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible. I mean, let's do the math.
Alex, we're not trying to interrupt you or stop your theory. We literally have the show has to end. Now they're blocking the aid. Now they're not letting skimmers from Taiwan one ship can do more than all our ships combined, the AP reports. They're not letting the Dutch or Norwegian ships come in. For 70-something days, they've been blocking the berms being built, not letting the states fix it, because they know when those hurricanes come in, it's going to blow all that oil into the shore, and now they're going to have the good crisis, as the White House chief of staff said. You can't let a good crisis go to waste. So any way you cut it, they are using this to pass their global tax to financially conquer us, and we cover it all at Infowars.com. All right, and
Alex,
Alex, you can hear him 165 Talk Radio, Saturday, 6 to 9 p.m.
On XM.
That's only on XM, and it's Infowars.com and Prison Planet, one word, prisonplanet.tv. weekdays, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., Sundays, 4 to 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. We have to wrap up because the computer shuts us off at a certain time.
Gentlemen, you've been very nice, and I'd like to invite you on my show, but we can't say potty words there. But,
That's fine.
Of course not.
no, but I'd like to invite both of you on my transmission if you'd grace the program.
There's actually 3 of us. It was Opie, Anthony, and I'm Jim. There's 3 of us.
Yeah, I mean, I know.
I was napping.
I've seen the. I mean, Joe Rogan loves you guys, and every time we're hanging out, he asked me if I listen to the show, and yes, I've known about you guys for probably 4 or 5 years.
Well, we appreciate having you on. I don't agree with a lot of it, but you're a very compelling guy, and you make great points. And I would love to listen to your show.
You absolutely get people thinking there, Alex.
Hey, I converted Joe Rogan. I mean, when I knew Joe 12 years ago, when he'd come and visit in Austin,
Joe's
he
a
didn't believe
drug
any of it.
addict.
Yeah, Joe is very easy to convert. All you got to do is throw a fucking hash brownie in his face.
Joe is really smart.
We love Joe.
No, we love Joe.
shrooms.
Alex, we'd like to make jokes here. You didn't pick up on many of the jokes today, but that's
I bet
all right.
Joe can kick your ass and mine.
All four of us
I like to see
together.
him do
Believe
that.
me.
I like to see him do that.
You
that
will.
is true. I'll
Let me tell you,
I'll slap Joe in the mouth.
Joe Rogan is a wild man. He's the real deal. I can tell you. Listen, I'm a killer, and I can tell another killer when I see one.
Joe disrespected me one time. I slapped him in the mouth, and he apologized immediately.
That's right, he did. I was there. What do you got for that, Alex?
Yes.
Shoot me in a dream. You better wake up and apologize.
Okay.
That's no conspiracy
hey, gentlemen,
theory. That
I
happened.
appreciate you. I appreciate you having me on the show. Care about your families. Research the info. I mean, there's things bigger than... Hey, God bless you. Infowars.com.
Take care, Alex.
Be well.
PrisonPlanet.com.
All right, Alex Jones, everyone.
He was an interesting guy, man. I mean,
Gets you thinking a little bit,
I don't agree
right?
with it. Because people were saying, well, is he going to be at the Borgata July 2nd and 3rd? And I'm like, why would he be there this weekend?
I was just going to ask. Jimmy Norton will be there, though.
But he was...
Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff that is just like you go, like, I'm exhausted.
Well, there's certain things like... I didn't like the way we were kind of keep getting away from. I don't want to harp on the Kennedy assassination,
the point.
but the House Select Committee on assassinations. He didn't want to talk about whatever. He's a smart dude, and
by the way, Jimmy was very, very good with like he was tripping up on a few things. He was contradicting himself, and Jimmy was very good at pointing that out.
But it's not to say that he's a phony. I don't think he is. I think he's very smart. My only thing
also
is,
got a job to do.
Yes,
he's got a gig. Let's be serious. I don't leave here. And I'm not completely the, Anthony from the radio show, believe me.
but to me, any conspiracies, like whenever you point out certain things, I almost never hear conspiracy theories guys go, oh, yeah, that's a good point. You know, I didn't think of that. Like, yeah, that does make it more sense to do this way. They always have to, again, because the agenda becomes a conspiracy. Mm-hmm. And their whole thing is, I have to prove the conspiracy.
The conspiracy is more important than the event.
Than the events of what happened.
Itself.
The idea of conspiracy becomes more important than the events.
And a lot of these conspiracy guys are so hung up on the Gulf of Tonkin incident. And yes, it happened, but it doesn't necessarily mean that every time we go to war, there has been some type of government-run conspiracy event to get us into it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure there are behind-the-scenes shit that goes on that we'll never know about. But, they take one instance, and then it has to mean every time something happens, that instance is the benchmark for it. No.
I just don't believe, and again, that certain people would risk everything to cover up certain things. Some people, I'm sure, would. But the mass level of these conspiracies, to me, is what trips them up, because I don't care how black ops they are, they're people. And on a certain level, you can't get people to keep those kind of secrets, world-changing secrets. You're not going to get groups of people.
Exactly. That's the biggest argument I have against
Although what he's saying about Goldman Sachs and a lot of these scumbags in banking, I have a much easier time believing a lot of that.
There you go. Yeah. Well, we should thank...
Alex was enjoyable, though. I enjoyed talking to him.
I thought it was Mancow.
No, he does sound like Mancow.
A lot of people were saying that.
Mancow, Bubba the Love Sponge, Maxwell. Who was that guy?
Yeah, he does kind of sound like a radio guy.
That voice, right?
Alex Jones, very enjoyable guy, a nice guy.
All right, let's chop out of here. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Bye.